And we're back. Sorry about the delay, everyone. I spent pretty much my entire lunch break typing up my notes that I'd had so far. It's the stuff I meant to do last night, never got around to.
Tell me your troubles.
So I found your Wind Blossom.
By Visiphane's grace.
A wreath, when given by someone you cherish, is a symbolic gift. She asked me to become her soulbind. I will take my reply to her directly. Thank you for this. I am certain you can appreciate how significant this moment is. I love the idea of soul binding. I do. Let's go with that. Have you noticed also they like to use the... I guess I'm asking this to the Void because no one's here right now. But I love the fact that they use the idea of getting wings as like a tangible benefit for going up the chain.
Those who fall will find respite in the Temple of Loyalty until they can return to the path.
Is there work to be done?
Many sad aspirants, please let us make better.
Back to work. Hello.
What can the steward do?
No in service. How do you do, who?
Speaking of, I need to write that down.
What troubles you?
Ah, good. You answered the call. As you can see, there are many aspirants who require our aid. Myself and the other disciples are hard-pressed to deal with all of them. Some are in greater need than in others. Aspirants are at most risk when they are on the precipice of a revelation. It's a critical moment that we cannot allow to pass without intervention. You must push them, one way or the other. Find the most vulnerable and do what you can to help them on the path forward.
A word of encouragement may be what these aspirants need.
Or an ox to the face! You're unearthen. You don't have that accent. Shut up!
Is there no hope? So be it.
If that were that easy. No hope.
Bear your soul to me.
No, I'm good. Hey, look. Humans. Because they're all from Azeroth. This is Acolyte Danzia, who was a human soldier who was fighting a Defias Brotherhood. I do love the look of the, well, Anima dripping down here. I mean...
That went well. Certainly better than my last cleansing.
Do I want to know? By this point, most of these voice actors are well-trod ground. Blizzard also really started diving into, no really, we want a full cast of people. As of BFA, I would say. So...
I can't let go.
Every day I meditate before the bells. Every day my burden falls from me. Every day I come back and do it again. I'm never going to leave this place. Will it ever be finished? Nah, it'll be finished.
Mustn't forget.
Must forget what? What? So we actually get to watch someone who fails right in front of us, and notice their skin did darken on the spot. Which makes sense. When you're not made of matter, your physicality is a little bit different.
I just want to remember.
Well, canonically, Spartan, they are permanently dead. As I mentioned earlier, they are diffused. The anima that makes up their bodies is diffused back into the realm around them. So they are permadead. They don't go anywhere. They're gone. The thing is, and I'll start giving negatives when this starts showing up, Shadowlands likes to kind of ignore that little factoid several times, whenever it's convenient to do so.
I can't let go. No, mustn't forget.
A lot of these are succumbing to despair. Holy crap. To use another parallel example, elementals dying in their own plane is a major plot point several times, but they never forget that it's a thing. Ragnaros is dead. Alakir is dead. And when we go and we deal with... exactly, Care White knows. When they deal with the Earthen, back in Deepholm and Cataclysm, it's actually a pretty big deal that the Earth Elementals are fighting us openly in their own plane, knowing that they will be destroyed in the process. It's also part of why Theradros is so pissed at what the Twilight's Hammer is doing.
Please, help me. I need to think. Are we all lost?
Yeah, these guys are really not doing well. I don't know, what's the alternative tracks here? But yeah, this works like any other demiplane.
Certainly better than my last cleansing.
I just want to remember.
Like here, White Noise mentioned on Discord the idea that the Shadowlands is actually a mirror reflection of everywhere else. So each of these constructed afterlives is actually a mere reflection of one of the other realms, right? You know, there's the Emerald Dream, there's Fel. I forget the rest. She did a good job of mentioning all of them. And yeah, Archimond is permanently dead because we killed him in the Nether.
Can't be right. Why must I do this? I don't know what to do. So alone.
Yeah, so I'm not reading all these out loud. I just want to mention, these all have the same general vibe. A lot of these aspirants are just falling into despair because for the past 2 years, nothing has happened. No new people coming in, no new people ascending out. So everyone, like, this is so easy to understand because ironically, the airport analogy works great here. Take a moment, really think about what taking a flight involves for a second, okay? So let's start with getting to the airport. So you park, okay? Find your parking, get up to the terminal, sign in, check your bags, right? So at the sign-in counter. Then you go to the waiting area. Then you get on the plane. Then you are on the plane for a while. Then you get off the plane. So plane, and then off the plane to your actual destination. Now imagine for a moment that at any point in that step, you're just stuck there. Whatever step that is, for 2 years. Think about that for a second. You're just stuck there. I know this isn't a perfect analogy, but I think it does a good idea of conveying the mentality of what these people are going through. You were just at the parking lot? Well, now you're stuck at the parking lot. You cannot reach the terminal. And there's no going back either. There's no regressing down the line. So you're just in the parking lot for 2 years. Okay, we've managed to get... We were at a point where we checked in our bags. We're past the terminals. We're at the waiting area waiting for the plane to show in. You know those really awkward, uncomfortable chairs they have? You just kind of try really hard to get comfortable on, and they're crammed. So you're probably not even in the chair. You're probably just sitting on the ground, leaning against a wall. Yeah, you've been there for 2 years. I got a worse one for you. You're actually on the plane. That sounds like hell to me. So, of course, these people are just completely drowning in despair and doubt. There's a reason so many of these you cannot save.
I need to think.
And a huge number of them have this happen to them. Because you're just losing it. Granted, things are actually starting to change now, but someone showing up saying, don't worry, things will get better, is not going to comfort you, because people have been saying that for 24 months.
Your deeds precede you.
Not all memories that bind us are violent. Bunch of Tauren. So this was a Tauren. By the way, I love this idea right here. This gentleman was a Tauren. He doesn't look like a Tauren anymore. Now, let's think about what we saw earlier. A lot of the early souls at the beginning of the cycle, at the beginning of the assembly line, still retained their original form. They looked like a dwarf, or a gnome, or a human, or whatever. Several of them had drifted down into just being ephemeral spirits, indistinct from each other's. By the time they get here, they all look like this. By the time you have cleansed yourself enough, you just look like the other Kyrians. By the way, all of these are named burdens. This is very Titan. I really wonder if this was supposed to be Titan originally, because it is very Titan. Yeah, the architecture is already pretty Titan. Although that's because we're in the Greek area, but still. No. It's always been the afterlife, Blue Boys. This has always been the way things are. Trust us, wink wink. Can I use a really strange comparison for this? Back in the day, I used to have an extremely standardized approach to how I would design cities and planets in 4X games. I mean a while ago. We're talking like Civ 2, Master of Orion era, so, 90s. Now, the reason I did that was obvious. When every planet, when every system has the same overall structure and format and input and output, you kind of have a modular empire, right? Each city becomes a part of the overall whole and contributes to the other cities, which contribute to the other cities. Everything contributes, and it's all one nice, uniform empire, right? Yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. Thing is, I kind of got bored of that a long time ago, because while it certainly worked and it certainly made sense, it was a little bit too standardized for my taste. And obviously from a personal perspective, it got to the point where each new city or each new planet was just, all right, follow the program. So I started trying to do other stuff too, because I like variety. Yeah, practical but soulless. Great way to put that. So anyways, every soul that comes through Bastion ends up looking like everyone else, and serving the same general purpose that everyone else does. From all different walks of life and race and creed and gender, all ground down into the same exact gear, and then given its slot within the mechanism. This is literally what we're doing right now. We are dispelling his burdens, aka his identity. Stronger still are bonds forged in war. This acolyte fought alongside his people in a great conflict. You get it? So, they retain gender. It's the only thing they retain. So, Gallistos here is probably this guy right here. And that's his wife, and that's their child. Boop. Gone. Closest to many are the bonds of family. They will not be easy to forget. Quick, dismiss these memories. They're so strong. His identity is actually pushing against our attempt to purge it. Bastion is actually evil. I agree with that sentence. It's not as bad as the Maw. Nothing is as bad as the Maw. But this is messed up. Calm, calm. We will try again. Are you still with us? I think so, yes. Rest for now. That was a difficult thing you endured. Oh, and in case you missed that, several of the other people who fail, who their skins darken, when they do so, they admit that they are now going to be sent off to the Temple of Loyalty. What do you think happens at the Temple of Loyalty?
I feel doubt. So be it.
Yes, Bastion. What I think I love most about Bastion is it is a good idea soiled by terrible execution. In-universe, I mean. In-universe. So, they haven't said it out loud yet. We're still in the world... I love those wings. We're still in the world-building phase of things. But the general idea here is actually pretty simple. You must be cleansed of the after effects of your life so that you can become a new life and then serve others. Problem is...
Remember my family. Doubtful they would recognize me now. I hope when I must forget, it goes not like that.
Oh my god. The idea here is... I'm explaining this wrong. It's a fairly common idea in a lot of fiction. Letting go of the burdens of life now that you're dead, right? Like, that's a really, really common trend. You're now in a new life, live the new life. But the thing is, the Bastion here has taken that to an extreme. You don't have to just move on. You have to completely abandon. And therein lies the problem. Bingo, Blade Javal. They keep grinding and grinding and grinding until everyone is the exact same shape and size and consistency.
Bare your soul to me.
One of my acolytes is struggling to cleanse a truly horrific memory. I dare not release it without your consent.
Purity in all things.
The Vesper's mighty song will draw it forth. That is an Eridar, which means this was a Draenei. You were powerless before, you were powerless before. You are powerless now. You know the path forward. Let me in. Long have I toiled in this temple, and for what? No more. I shall walk this path no longer. For what it's worth, I really like where they go with the Bastion story arc, and that's all I'm going to say about that right now. It is interesting. With one huge asterisk. And if you've heard me talk about Shadowlands for longer than 5 seconds, you already know what that asterisk is. Errands, why did you not fight? Look around you, disciple. We are destined to fall. I refuse that to be true. Go, loyalty awaits you. I must inform the Paragon to lose an acolyte at the end of their trials. Thank you, and I am sorry. I forgot to look for a new mount. Anybody have an idea for a mount for this guy?
Many have fallen recently. The Temple of Loyalty is trying their best to bring them back to the path.
The Maw is definitely the issue. 100%. The Maw needs to be fixed. I mean, the entirety of the Afterlives need to be fixed, for God's sakes. Whatever, I don't want to waste time on camera. I'll think about it.
It seems our new aspirant has done much to bolster you, Pelagos. Lay your burdens at my feet.
You have proven yourself adept at this task. You have my gratitude.
Go in service.
While you are here, and as yet unaffected by this rash of doubt, shall we call it, there's one other errand I would ask of you. I sent one of the disciples to investigate reports of the fallen fleeing our temple. For their own safety, they must be taken to the Temple of Loyalty. Disciple Nicolon has yet to return. If he is found nearby, it'll be near the border of the temple to the north. Please seek him out and ensure he is not injured or in peril.
Please seek out Nicolon and ensure his well-being. It is unlike him to tarry.
One second. It is very light-coded and very order-coded. And I'm sure that's on purpose. I've actually had a theory for a while that each of these afterlives was designed way in advance as just kind of vague ideas. And then, you know, this is Shadowlands where people are, you know, where the office is on fire. And so they just took whatever they had and threw them together. If this sounds familiar, then congratulations. You've watched Star Trek The Next Generation, Season 7, where any script is good enough.
The choice is yours. You know how to find us.
Hello, Uther. For anybody not paying attention, that was a hell of a moment. He actually showed up before this, but only in out of game stuff.
What? Oh, can I help you?
Hello? Iridia asked me to find you? Hello?
Come. I would have words with Iridia.
Okay.
What you just saw, I am not alone in my malcontent. Just look at the state of this temple. All these aspirants, their anguish. I cannot bear the sight of this suffering.
If anything else, I think the visual coding of these essentially being Shaw kind of tracks, given what's causing them. Like, these are negative memories made manifest, as opposed to negative
Even
emotions.
my own doubts grow. I must report to the Temple of Loyalty. No, I am still needed here. I must endure. Iridia, she can help me. She will not let me fall.
So, I want you to think of something in the back of your mind as we're going through this, because all this doubt, all this pain, all this upset is all caused by the same thing. The drought. None of this ever happened until the drought showed up. Remember, stuck at the airport for 2 years. That'd be enough to break most people.
What is this feeling? No!
And I do not mean that as a joke. There's an old saying, easy to be a saint in paradise.
She can save me! She can save me!
God, the voice acting is just killing it.
Disciple, what is wrong?
I can unpack that for a sec before we move forward. You're probably wondering how it's easy to be a saint in paradise applies here. That sentence can mean a lot of things, but let's apply it directly to the Warcraft setting. In Bastion, as long as all the pieces of the constructed afterlives, all 5 of them, are moving appropriately, nothing's wrong. The whole engine moves without difficulty. Remove one piece from the mechanism, just one, the whole thing falls apart immediately. Now, tell me, what is a machine that cannot work without one piece being removed? Trash. Pretty much. You could say it's badly designed. You could say it doesn't have proper redundancies. But at the end of the day, it all boils down to the same thing. The machine is broken. The idea here, and I do think this is brilliant in how it's constructed, is that the Bastion is broken. The only reason people never questioned how messed up this whole sequence was for eons, millennia, however long, was because everything was running smoothly. The machine was running smoothly. The moment something breaks anywhere, it falls apart. And it's worth noting that the Bastion is on the verge of completely self-destructing internally because one piece is missing.
What troubles you?
I saw Uther speaking to Disciple Nikolon. Uther, that name doesn't seem familiar. Perhaps the aspirant that Devos took under his wing. How curious you recognized him. He must be notable, because he's from your world.
All burdens ease with time. Our temple can bring you peace if you let it.
Thank you for bringing him to me. He is in a worse state than any of us would have guessed.
All burdens ease with time.
This disciple, such emotion. She stares at Nikolon for a long moment. Rarely do Ascended require such rigorous cleansing, but I can't deny that is what is readily apparent. This disciple will fall if I do not intervene. There's no time to lose. Come, I'll instruct you. I just hope we're not too late.
Go in service. Pelagos, mind the stewards. Aspirant, come with me. We will put this disciple's pain to rest.
Will we?
Thank you. Thank you.
Notice he already has his wings. He's pretty far down the line. I agree, Blade Taval.
We will begin when you are ready.
The Titans, if I can be so bold, are actually pretty well known for their redundancies. No, seriously. Think about how many machines and mechanisms and individuals are still operating well outside of their parameters and without external aid millennia after they were built. Really think about that for a second. Titans tend to know how to make a well-constructed, well-oiled machine, instead of this broken thing.
Lay your burdens at my feet.
Why is Pelagos excluded like this? He is more fragile than most when it comes to cleansing. I would not want him to lose his way. What we're about to do is unpleasant to witness. I get the sense you can handle the occasional dramatic event. Well, it's very simple, Mr. Ed. You see, the first ones have so little characterization that I actually can't tell you anything about them other than the fact that they created everything everywhere forever.
All burdens ease. You know the ritual, disciple. Open your mind. Let the Vesper cleanse it.
I will. Why does it hurt?
Uncertainty.
Remain calm. Trust in the process.
It is the process that grinds our aspirants into dust. How can I trust it?
Distrust. And again, none of these doubts would have existed if the One Piece was still present.
There is only one path for you, disciple. That is forward, through this pain.
How can you endure this? How can you watch them suffer, unmoved?
Doubt. Doubt's a dangerous one.
Our faith binds us all. This is the path we were chosen to walk.
We will all fall, all of us. That is where the path leads.
Despair.
I cannot save them. I cannot even save myself.
Nicolon.
Are you well?
If this is truly the only way, then I will find another.
I cannot help you now. Perhaps the Temple of Loyalty can.
It is already too late. They are coming, and I will stand among them.
So, yeah, she doesn't stop him. Why would she? Also, don't look down. So, this is very much skipping ahead and spoiling, but whatever. So, Mr. Red, this is in direct response to you and the nature of the first ones. Later in the game, after you do the final raid, there's an epilogue book you can find, which I've had saved for this run for some time. I'm just going to share a very brief thing about it. And I quote, "I have seen how fragile the pattern is, how delicate the scales that keep the six forces in balance. If the jailer in his active malevolence left behind but the most imperceptible of cracks in that pattern, I fear that they will only grow until balance itself is prone to be shattered by another force applying relentless pressure. I pray the first ones anticipated such an eventuality, that they would have measures in place to preserve their grand design, unless their design was never meant to endure. That is a possibility that haunts me."
You have my ear.
What? What's wrong?
Nothing.
Iridia! The wards! They've...
That was abrupt.
Forsworn! The temple is ours!
I know that voice. No. No, this cannot be!
Of course, Blade-Troll. But yeah, no, like, the idea there, and again, we'll see if this is ever followed through on, is that the Shadowlands is and always has been a Band-Aid, a temporary solution. It's pretty easy to see what the intention was. Most likely, the first ones were dealing with, let's call them, I don't know, what's a really, really generic name for a bad guy group? Help me out here. Like, what's the most generic bad guy group we can think of? The bad ones. I like it. Okay, so the first ones were in conflict with the bad ones. The last ones. That's actually pretty good. The evil ones. Them! Capital T. No, and so the first ones were in conflict with the bad ones. The first ones saw that things were breaking apart and created the balance of the Zereths. All 6 of them, balancing everything out perfectly. Cool. Everything's lined up. Now the first ones go to deal with the bad ones. The first ones fail. They're gone. Now the temporary fix they put into place, which was just supposed to last until they dealt with the bad ones, is still going, and slowly spiraling more and more out of control as things get worse, because it was never intended to be a long-term system. Thus, a cosmos divided cannot withstand the bad ones. Tell me I'm wrong.
What troubles you?
Iridia grips her hammer with pale knuckles. How are they so numerous?
Go in service.
The bells, that sound. The song has been twisted. If their dire toll continues, we will all succumb. She presses her hammer into your hands. Find the great Vespers and strike them with my hammer. May the mallet's tonal purity restore their true voices. I will listen to their clarion call and meet you near the bridge. Go swiftly.
All burdens ease with time.
I have too, actually, Blade Traval. Yeah, by the way, I don't think this is going to continue, because the zones are pretty legit, right? But we are at a net negative on story in WoW. Even BC didn't manage that. Nicolon was not alone. Long have I toiled over the aspirants in my care. Long have I tended to this temple under my Paragon. To know that so many have fallen alone is a blow, but this wanton destruction will not stand. You will be my hand. Go forth, end them. All of them. My duty demands that I tend those that remain, and I will find you near the bridge when the way is clear.
Our temple can bring you peace, if you...
By the way, it flat out says, temple cleansed in the quest objectives, aka, kill things. No bad, Uthor. There's too much stuff everywhere that's just been building up to the Void Lords. I mean, remember, Xalatath has already been on camera twice now in 2 separate expansions. That's a good point, Blade Traval. I hadn't thought about that, but you're right. Shadowlands is a very weird and difficult expansion for me to review, though, because if, at the end of the day, if I might be so bold, and I've already kind of mentioned this in my notes, the biggest problem with Shadowlands by far is it has no place in Warcraft. It is the contradictions and lack of consistency that drag it so far down for me. Yeah, the jailer's dumb and stupid, but as has been pointed out many times, he's barely on camera. We've had 3 scenes with him so far, total. We will not have that many. But the problem is none of this fits Warcraft. It's a perfectly interesting, fascinating little microcosm of a thing, with some good character beats, some good quests, some good gameplay, and some good design. Interesting characters, interesting plot points. The very nature of this broken, like how broken the Bastion is interesting. It's fascinating how so many of these people so blindly follow a system that most of them aren't even aware of. Yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. I could see this fitting in Diablo. Like, we go to the afterlives, and it turns out, hey...
Can I assist in your meditations?
Oh, Horde Runner. You're well, and I am glad of it. Many of the Ascended who once served this place have betrayed us. To turn so wholly against all that is Kyrian to stand for is unimaginable. He places a spear in your hand. This is a tool that's had little use before today. Its sole purpose is to inspire a moment of reflection in those it touches. It will show them the error of their ways. If they remain unrepentant, then there is no hope for them and they must die.
I will reflect on this conversation.
Like, there's something quietly horrifying about Bastion. Don't mistake me, the Maw was incredibly horrifying. Like, imagine... I don't even have a good comparison. Imagine you're in a room and the room is filled with screaming skulls that are just roaring at you constantly. That's the Maw, right? But imagine now you're in a room. There's nothing there. And so you relax a little bit because you don't really have much to do. And then you hear something moving, but there's nothing in the room. It's this quiet background, like, huh? Horror. And yeah, there's definitely some culty vibes here. After all, this is all being done for your purpose. There's no malice here. There's no intention to harm you. These people care about you. That's another thing. It looks like what you typically think of as heaven. Again, the Elysium vibes are real. A pretty classic subversion, but one I think works. How fitting that identity is going to be a theme of this and the next two expansions.
Tell me your troubles.
Yeah, it's actually one of the reasons I went very far out of my way to make sure that heaven was not evil in our Diablo. Because, you know, duh, right? What's really funny is you've been paying attention. The crude yet easy solution has already been posited. All memories that are purged are then stored in the library. In other words, your memories are not erased, they are moved. And that is a very important distinction. Is there infinite storage? Good question. Yeah, it's almost like I brought an earthen here for a reason, Huthor. Guess what Covenant will be doing on this character?
My fellow Kyrian, hear me now. Too long have we struggled under the tyranny of erasure.
Like I said, I'm with this zone's story with one really big asterisk, which we'll get to.
Over and over again, we are told that we must give all we are to serve a greater purpose. The Forsworn would have you keep your memories, your attachments. Your head will earn my wings.
Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Bye. I am not ready to fight that. That was not something I wanted to walk into. Oh, the Jedi would be all over this place. You kidding me? The Jedi would be like, hey guys, we found paradise. Let's do it. Why were we here again? I don't remember. High five! So did you catch the game last night? Yeah. Who won? I don't know. I had no investment in the game to actually care enough to listen to the results. Me too! High five!
We are here to liberate you, to offer another path.
You're right. Oh, crap, Uthor. You know the other funny thing? I've kind of already said this. The problem here isn't actually the idea, it's the extreme of it. Just like the Jedi, actually.
Join us and be embraced. Resist, and you will be swept aside.
You'll also notice, and I hate to keep pointing this out, this is still following the classic single-player RPG approach. Did you catch that? So, we go to a new zone, okay? We've got a vague thread of a main plot. When we get here, we meet a local character who kind of becomes like our guide for the intro thing. We learn about the people, we learn about the culture, we learn about how things operate here, and we have a whole section, a whole quest arc going across 2 subzones, developing the zone. Then we hit the 3rd zone, and things get upended. Things change. Status quo is altered, and now we have to deal with things breaking, right? It's a very classic approach, and it works for a reason. Again, I'm reminded strongly of Dragon Age.
A new order has come. We must all decide where we stand.
I know what you meant, Blakeville. Because you're right. One of the more common story elements in Warcraft, and perhaps one of the reasons I like it so much, like from a zoomed out personal perspective, is that WoW Warcraft ultimately is the story that extremism is bad. An idea I agree with firmly. The parallel I always like to use is that even too much water will kill you. And I don't even mean like drowning. I mean, if you just chug water too much, that's not good. Extremes are bad, yo. Actually, honestly, Huthor, I would not mind if it wasn't so dumb, if it wasn't so much, right? We talked about that before we even got to BFA, about how if the HVA was just kind of a background element or a side thing, or something that only a few individual factions engaged in, Legion dipped its toes into that, if you remember. Greymane and his extremists versus Sylvanas and her loyalists is something that doesn't really bother me that much. And yeah, too much oxygen, another good example.
Can I assist in your meditation?
I forget what happens to you if you have too much oxygen, but I know it's like, ugh, thunk.
By Persephone's grace.
Come on.
You have my ear.
All those vulnerable aspirants, all the ascended we sent to the Temple of Loyalty, is this what became of them? They have been driven mad to attack this temple. We're not their enemy, we were only... She falls silent as she stares over the temple, a single tear dripping down her cheek.
Go in service.
I can hear the song once more. It is a boon on my mind, but the loudest voice remains. We must silence it before it gets rid of all we hold dear. I am Rhett. Please give me Rhett gear.
Lay your burdens at my feet. Our temple
Nope, still giving me a shield. Alright, whatever. Congrats, Mr. Rhett. I know you've been working on that for 7 billion years.
Go in service.
How do I know this voice?
Our temple can bring you...
My heart is filled with dread. If it truly is Lysonia who leads them now, it doesn't matter. What's important is we restore the Great Vespers. So long as their mighty voices are corrupted, all who hear them will suffer as this temple does. It's only a matter of time before all of Bastion succumbs. They will no doubt try to stop you. I will hold their leader's attention as long as I can. If I do not survive, my disciple will see you safely from this place. Go in service.
Stand aside. I would have words with your leader.
We will allow you to pass unharmed. For now.
Not you, Mawwalker.
Take the others to safety. Go!
Are you, okay. A lot of elites. I got this.
I would know you anywhere. Hand of loyalty.
We have taken your temple. Your Paragon will soon meet her end. Join me, and we may fly together once more.
Never.
So be it. The Forsworn will prevail.
Mortal, to me.
What? Why?
Is something on your mind? I have an idea. Hold on.
When you say hold on, ah! Yep, and this is my favorite flight method in Shadowlands.
Vesper's corrupted voices empower them.
He's got a strong arm.
I cannot fight them all, but perhaps we can restore the Vespers while they are preoccupied.
I do not wish to kill you, my soulbind, but I will if I must.
Why are you doing this?
You know why. You need only accept the truth that lies.
I will keep the Forsworn at bay. Use my
Guys.
hammer to purify the bells. Let their mighty voices ring true once more.
But yeah, this is Arthas / Artanis / Garrosh. Sights is great. Yeah, I don't want to get into it, but let's just say that several interviews mentioned that, you know, this is a Lich King themed expansion. The Jailer has direct ties to, you know, Frostmourne. We actually meet the actual creator of Frostmourne. And we're in the Afterlife, so clearly... Oh, and one of the cinematics was all about Arthas. So clearly Arthas is going to have a big, major role in the expansion, right? Anyways, that was all a lie. Ironically, I'll tell you exactly where Arthas should have gone. Revendreth.
What truth could possibly justify this slaughter?
We all suffered 1,000 little deaths at the hands of your temple, Iridia.
The process of purification is not meant to be easy, but we are better for it. You were better for it.
Only one left. Stay focused.
And yet, I cannot remember my past life, my family.
We must forget in order to ferry souls without judgment. You know this.
The path is broken, yet you follow it blindly. I will force your eyes open.
You can yet be saved, Lasonia. Let this end.
We are not finished!
Hold on.
I mean, you're holding on to me. I'm just flailing here, dude. Ah! Don't lose your grip. Why is your hair metallic? It's kind of a long story, actually.
Try to save her all you like. She has seen the truth.
What is your purpose?
Our fight is not yet over.
You can leave your burdens with
We have no time to lose. Lasonia has weakened Iridia to the point that she may fall. Our Paragon will do what she can, but we must intervene. We will challenge Lasonia and perhaps buy Iridia more time. The so-called Hand of Doubt will not make for an easy foe.
forever in service.
The Paragon must die! You will not interfere! Our realm lies in ruins. The Forsworn will set us free!
With a long-ass stun, Jesus.
More take all of you! Now, to finish this matter.
Power. It cannot be. You were foolish to test a Paragon's might. I will know your truth.
Your day will come. This is just the beginning.
What? What is that?
It is an echo of her deepest held memories. It will reveal the truth behind her treachery.
And that truth is a negative to story.
What troubles you?
That you should join us now on the precipice of treachery is curious. She studies you with a piercing gaze. You've done well. The Archon will know of your contributions this day. Yeah, our timing is weird here, but whatever.
No burden is forever.
Do you feel it, Mawwalker? The cold hand that grips your throat? The chill settled in the pit of your stomach? That is the touch of the Maw, as certain as the Archon's will. I do not know how Lisonia came to possess this power, but we must act quickly. I will inform the Archon of what transpired here. You will act where my hand could not. I'll explain as we fly. Wait, when you say we fly...
But my hand, you must stay here until you have recovered. I will return for you.
Yes, my Paragon.
Hold on.
Lisonia's essence has been twisted by the Maw. We must learn how this came to pass.
Ah! I love the way they carry us. Sorry.
Bring this fragment to the mnemonic Locus, where we collect the memories of all Kyrian. If fate is kind, Lisonia's memories will lead us to the answers we seek.
It's like, I'm a dwarf, too. Picture this as like a Tauren.
I will inform the Archon of what transpired here, and seek restitution for those we lost.
Or a Kultiran. Or a Pandaren.
Ah, Archon be praised. Our friend is whole.
Clea, accompany this one to the archives. I must fly to Elysian Hold. My disciples are needed here, and I must inform the Archon at once. Go in service, and swiftly at that.
It will be done, Paragon.
We will not see a moment's rest today, will we?
Our purpose is to serve.
The attack on the Temple of Purity is unprecedented in Bastion, at least to my knowledge. We need to know more. The fragment the Paragon captured may contain the answers we seek. There's a place nearby called the Mnemonic Locus. There, aspirants and ascended alike can call forth their memories and store them away. If we look through this fragment's memories, maybe we can learn more about the so-called Forsworn.
I will ascend. The Forsworn may attack again. We need to warn Heroes Rest.
I will warn them while you finish your mission. But Clea, please, come back to me.
And she's dead.
Always.
Just like that. Boom. Dead. Gone. Do Earthen have a heritage armor? Okay. Ah, okay. I was about to say, don't tell me. But I apparently have been seeing it a lot.
Access to the Locus is currently restricted.
You speak to the Forge Light Prime, Master of Bastion Development.
Oh no. We may be too late.
Mika Nico's gestures irritably. Are you here to help fix this?
I have high standards. You must meet them.
Look at this place. What a mess. Locus is inactive and these Forsworn have taken over. We need to restore the Locus, but I do not know how. This place is not of my design, built long, long ago. Luckily, the previous Forge Light Prime was prolific, recorded everything. you can find her designs, I can certainly help work out, even without Nemesis' help. Look around. Plenty of scrolls strewn about. Meet me near the Locus when you find what I need.
Return with new ideas.
All Centurion are made to serve the Kyrian. That they now work against me, the Forged Light Prime, is an insult to all Centurions in Bastion. Look at them! Praetors, Goliaths, all purple! I hereby give you permission and expressly order you to extract their cores. I will repurpose them in a fitting manner. I will reclaim their anima to power the Locus. I can build more, do not pity.
Was that a Nemesis unit?
Do not want to talk about it. But yes.
Aye, Uthor. All in favor? 3 of you who've played this expansion. You on the VODs. Aye or nay? For Mykonos. Everyone on the VODs. What? Huh? Yeah, I know. I'm on your 3rd monitor.
Much damage.
I should start doing what Jawstrife Hayes does. Oh man, look at those giant boobs! And then everyone's like, what?
Protect me.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Supporting cast. Something they do well.
Salvage my remains.
God, look at those that giant booby over there. Alright, No, sorry, wrong term. I apologize. Look at that giant hooter! There we go.
Service ends.
I don't know if that trick actually works, but it amuses me to think that it does. It's okay, WoW does have jiggle physics.
I served well.
That's true. We literally saw just jiggle physics on Dynamite.
Forsworn, protect me. I served well.
Or we're fine. Stewards are the Archon's gift to Bastion, a treatise. The scroll is self-explanatory. Memories and miracles and exploration. A discussion of the merits of viewing memories once they've been freed from the mind. Getting Past Your Burdens. A self-help guide to forgetting your past and embracing your future amongst the Kyrian. And Bell sheet music. A compilation of some of the Kyrian's favorite bell melodies.
I advise you to return those scrolls to their proper places. Only Forsworn are authorized to browse the collection.
It is crazy, isn't it, Uthor?
What marvels exist on your world? Oh, you have value, but I have more.
You found it. And other interesting tomes as well. They'll be properly cataloged when we're done.
Leave me to my work.
Excellent. Their anima will be put to better use.
I simply demand perfection.
Right. Soul mirrors and Locus are tied together. If we restore anima to mirrors, it should repair the Locus. Thankfully, the cores you brought back should be sufficient. Enable conduits? Simple. Well, go on. You know how to use these, yes?
The conduits are active. Supply them with the anima I gave you.
Do I know how to use this? Interesting question.
Mechanicos, can the Locus extract memories from this as well?
And that is?
A fragment of essence from one of the Forsworn. It may hold the secret of their origin.
Ah, the Locus is functional once more. Intriguing weapon.
I love the hum of Anima. It's been a long time since I heard it in such abundance.
Clean up after yourself.
It may be possible to extract memories from the fragment, but I worry they will not be useful. This is not a whole Kyrian, but a tiny piece. A weird, broken piece. It cannot even speak. We will apply extractor and see what comes out. The extractor might explode. It might not. For this, worth the risk, I think. By the way, I've already given a positive for this. Have you noticed that the sentence structure of the stewards is interesting? It's actually based on the pattern of speech of sign language. So the grammar, the sentence structure, the word and verb choice, the sentence design, all of that is how sign language is designed. Do not know what will emerge. Could be memories, could be nothing, could be something else. May try to fight you. Stay on your guard, yes? Collect all that loot looks forsworn. Speak when ready.
Oh, you have value. But I have more. Leave me to my work. Oh, good. Locus did not explode.
Lasonia's memories of the Forsworn are scattered among the rest.
Oh, simple enough to collect Forsworn memories. Others can go into the archives. Should not explode. Probably.
I'm not sure Blue Boy was. Anyone know who voices Mykonos? Mykonikos, excuse me. Ah, yep, it is Velen. You're right. He hasn't had much to do lately, so, you know.
This path together.
Fragment is ready. Take it to soul mirrors to view memories.
I leave it to you, my friend. You have faced Lasonia before.
I hope it was a good play, Czar.
The future of Bastion is in our hands.
If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I don't think it would be such a thing would be possible. You carry a significant piece of Lasonia within you now. Go to the soul mirrors and open yourself to them. With luck, they'll draw from her essence and put a memory of the Forsworn. If this works, we may know what they're planning within minutes.
I am inclined to eject you from the Locus, if you insist on meddling.
I'm going to reprogram her if it is the last thing I do.
Go on ahead. I need to protect the Forge Light Prime.
Okay.
You will be purified.
I am purified. Oh, hey, there's our first bonus. We haven't seen those in a while. Hello, Evo.
I need help.
You've missed horror, Eva.
Trust in the process, Aspirant. All will become clear in time.
I feel more of myself slip away with every moment. How long ago did you endure this?
Long enough that I remember that there was pain, but not so recently that I feel it. This too shall pass.
We have decided to save him on the evacuation ship, Evo. He's got a slot reserved.
I tried to warn them. Such reckless insistence on the path at all costs. It will destroy us in the end.
What would you have me do?
Follow me. Together, we will set the Kyrian on a new path. Together, we will make right what the Archon has made so wrong.
We'll see Mykonikos again in just a second.
I need help! Hear me, Forsworn. Too long have we given up the things that make us who we are. The things that gave us strength. We will claim the Temple of Purity in our name, and we will destroy all who stand in our way.
I think I know where to find another soul mirror. Head to the cavern to the north. We will meet you there.
Destiny brought you here!
Uther, deliver unto Bastion the reckoning that are the Forsworn. Lysonia, there is more I must share.
I do not believe you are authorized to view this memory.
Let's see if Evo's actually paying attention. Gotta say, that's one nice hooter. There you go.
Oh, good questions only.
Mykonikos fumes silently.
Return with new ideas.
I have had it with this insolence. I have an idea to reset Nemesis' personality, but you will need to keep it busy. It will try to fight you, through whatever means it possesses. I suggest you try not to perish. Clay can hold her own, so hide behind her if inclined. Hop to it.
Some keep the Nemesis occupied. I will fix. Clean up after yourself.
Please remove yourself from the Locus at once, or you will be removed.
Can you see what he's doing? He's hacking her. And yes, that's a Lornado attack right there. Come on, give me one more. Come on. Please. Here we go. Lornado! Okay, we're done.
I seem to be experiencing an error. Excuse me while I exit consciousness.
That's it. Man, I wish I could go to sleep like that.
Forge Light Prime, it is good to see you. How may I assist you?
I hope you will forgive my behavior. I was not quite feeling like myself.
I exist to answer all your questions.
Greetings. I am Lorekeeper Nemes, and I would be delighted to assist you. I recall that you are trying to access a particular memory. Due to the contents, that memory can only be viewed within the vault of the Archon. In order to gain access to the vault, you must collect offerings for the 2 guardians who watch over it. I have hidden these offerings from the Forsworn, as they are not authorized to enter. The Forged Light Prime is only one among you who can grant authorization. How convenient.
It was my pleasure.
New ideas for Centurion upgrades? You bear interest in craftsmanship? Show! I am a busy steward. You bear interest in craftsmanship? Show! You speak to the Forged Light Prime, Master of Bastion Development. Oh, good questions only. You expect me to work like this? I have needs. 1, need a forge. Flame precisely 1534.32 degrees. 2, forge hands. 3 of them. Nimblest fingers good at following orders. No talking back. Finally, 3. Basket of Purians perfectly ripe. No green. Then, perhaps, I can work. I am a busy steward.
Yep. You know, the more we keep thinking about a restructuring of this, the more it makes sense to me that the stewards were built. Right? Now here's a funny follow-up question. Do you think the stewards were built when the Titans, or when Sargeras, ordered the Shadowlands? Or, here's another fun one. Maybe they're what you become when you fail to ascend. So the Ascended go on to become, spirit healers, and the failure go on to become stewards. I don't know, that just sounds Sargeras to me, right? Waste not.
Well, are you going to tell us where to find the offerings?
I am forbidden from providing the locations of the required offerings, only approximate directions. For example, head due south.
Okay. What is this? Oh, it's on the road. I'm going to pick this up because I might not be on this road later.
You stand before the Ascended.
We'll come back to that. I mean, the easy answer is to eject it entirely.
Along this path. Good luck.
It is. That is the easy answer, let's be honest with ourselves. But if you know me, I like hard mode.
You are very close to your destination.
Thanks, GPS.
Stop. I sense a ward nearby.
The Forsworn abound. Be on your guard.
Nah, I'm good. I even look like a robot now. Oh, hi. Sorry, I was admiring myself in the mirror. What mirror? Well, I just swiveled the camera so I could see my own face. What? Don't worry about it.
You should now proceed to the south once more.
Huh. She's being so pleasant about this.
I know. This is how Nemes is intended to behave.
As of this moment in time... Hang on. Aw. He doesn't want the fruit. I'm all sad. As of this exact moment in time, Sargeras is being imprisoned by the combined might of every other Titan, and also Illidan, for some reason.
An intruder!
Forsworn, protect me!
Just pull that off for a second there.
Our work must not be interrupted!
This way, maybe? Sorry, we have to eject Shadowlands. Bam. Yeah, there was an absolutely insane amount of fun, bluff stuff to do in Shadowlands. I honestly, like, it's technically a good thing, but it always kind of bothered me a little bit because I was so de-invested in this expansion that I've never done, like, any of it, really. Right, let's just hit this button here really quick. Show you something. Hang on, almost done. Maybe. Yeah, I don't think that's going to take long, but you're right, we do. There we go. Okay, so, Classic. I have 55% of that. Nice. BC is 45%. Very good. Wrath is 59. Yeah, that tracks. Kata is 68. Yep, I farmed a lot of Kata. Pandaria is 85. No surprise there. Warlord 65. Legion 40. BFA 25. Shadowlands 6. That number right there says all it needs to about how much I didn't do stuff in Shadowlands. I have 10% of Dragonflight stuff. Just think about that for that. I have 24% of War Within. Shadowlands? 6. Actually, I feel like there's one thing I wanted in Shadowlands. Oh yeah, it's the gargoyle. I don't actually know what it's called, but I know what it looks like. You have to give it. Although I wouldn't mind these things, but I'm pretty sure these are Permagon, so that's whatever. I don't even know what it's called. Nope. Anybody know what I'm talking about at all? It's a big old stone gargoyle. It's very Rebendrethy. It's got like red rubies set into it. Looks very cool. There it is.
I need help.
You are very close.
There! Protect me, yes?
Hey, Lunarus.
I failed.
Welcome to an accurate HUD of the positives and negatives so far.
Want it to fly.
Oh, I don't even see it. I don't even see it as an option. Hang on. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's because I'm not part of that covenant, or indeed any covenant. But yeah, that is this thing. I mean, just look at it. It's this wonderful alabaster stone with red dripping off of its wings. glowing rubies and like gold outlines. That is an awesome looking mount. However, if I could only use that on someone who's part of Venthyr, I don't remember if I got Blanchie. I don't think I did. I did not. Yeah. What did Blanchie do?
I will await you at the entrance to the Vault of the Archon. It is again south of your current location.
It's also not visible. Whatever. Hang on a sec. Sorry, just give me a sec here. Let's get up here, isn't it?
I need help!
There it is.
I need help!
Shut up.
Wanted to fly.
This is what you get for the sepulcher raid? Jesus.
What knowledge do you seek?
Your search was fruitful. I am delighted to see you remain intact.
I exist to answer all your questions.
Behind me is the entrance of the Vault of the Archon. As you can see, it is warded against all unauthorized intrusion. To make yourself an authorized entrant, place the offerings collected before the Guardians. You may then browse the contents of the vault at your leisure. Do consider that such access is coveted among the Forsworn, and is the sole focus of their efforts here. I advise preparing for combat.
Simply place the offerings before the Guardians, and the way will open.
I admit, I mostly wanted to get in here to prove that I could. This is neat.
Yeah.
Stay focused. We have a purpose here.
So let's get Divine Toll and see what happens. We just have both of them, it looks like. Yeah, there's a mount, I think. I might be gaslighting myself here. That is actually pretty horrifying looking. Ah, that's the Torghast one. That's not it. Ah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Moving on.
New ideas for Centurion.
Mortal! I could use your help out here!
Wait, what? I just got... Okay. I have a name, you know. Yep, I just have two of those now. That's funny.
You are a sign of the winds of change.
No more secrets!
Excuse me, Lunar. My name is Maul Walker. Thank you very much. Sometimes referred to as Maul Walker. That joke doesn't land the same as it used to because Mauls have kind of died, but, you know, at least in the States.
The barrier is down. Now get down there and do what you came to do.
Do what must be done.
Welcome to the Vault of the Archon. Please state your purpose for our records.
Just how many of these did you build?
I am very pleased to meet you. The vault has not received visitors in some time.
It was my pleasure.
You appear to carry a signature unique to one of the Paragons. If you know which Paragon, simply steer into their soul mirror to examine the memory of choice.
I exist. Please present archived memories to the corresponding eye to view them.
Hang on, what happens if we pick one of the wrong ones?
Learn from the past, but do not linger in it.
Hello, Tuvok. I forgot you were even here.
Serve with courage.
Why did you send the Vengeful One away?
His gaze is too narrow yet for what I now offer you. There is another power at play. We do not fight for Bastion alone. Once you have taken purity, we will make our move. Together, we will achieve great things. If we take another...
I understand. It will be done.
So it is true. The Forsworn are in league with the Maw.
Yeah? I literally told you that like the first day I showed up. I just want to be clear about that.
My charge is sacred.
We are stronger together.
No burden is forever.
Unless you're in the Maw.
What knowledge do you seek?
I have deduced by the urgency in your collective voices that you wish to leave. I will expedite your exit. There is a transport pad in the antechamber. I will ensure the chamber is sealed once again on your exit. Please, accompany me.
Right this way.
We must gain an audience with the Archon.
Easy to say, not easy to do.
I mean, that's literally been our goal the entire zone so far. Oh man, my hair is looking fantastic today. Look at this. Oh, that body, that volume, that length. Oh, sorry, what?
Allow me to show you the way. Our purpose is to serve.
We cannot waste any more time. We must get an audience with the Archon before the next attack happens. So we're up to 3 ticking clocks now. We need to find a way to get to the Elysian Hold and hurry. It's called the Elysian Hold. Heroes' Rest is a place of respite for the aspirants of the Bastion. You can see it floating above the fields. Meet me there when you can. I have a plan.
Whatever the challenge, we must get this information to the Archon. Meet me at Heroes' Rest.
I will prepare Centurions for an attack.
But hang on. Maybe I should do side quests instead. I know I have 3 ticking clocks.
At which temple do you train?
Please excuse me for not standing. I would rather not disturb these creatures. If you have the desire to help the creatures of Bastion, Zosium needs aid to regain control of our garden. You'll find her just down this path.
Walk with courage.
Go in service. Remember, all that you do must be erased in the end, because you are a defect and must be fixed for the greater good. Sorry. This is pretty. I've actually been thinking about it. The Forsworn being loyal to the jailer isn't actually going to be too terrible until later. Right here it makes a degree of sense. They're desperate, so they reach out to whoever. Typical deal with the devil, right? Later, I don't think that's going to line up quite as well. So I'll let that one slide. For now.
It is an honor.
What is this place? The Garden of Respite is a peaceful place to meditate and reflect upon one's challenges, or at least it used to be. I have every hope it will be again. The great Corona created this place for all to enjoy. She was one of the first descended. In the beginning, it was Corona who tamed the creatures of Bastion and brought them tranquility. But now, due to the lack of anima, that peace has been shattered, and none can come here for repose.
Go in service. May you succeed.
Oh, you're here to lend a hand? Wonderful.
May we lift each other.
Ignore the cat, lion, bird thing.
I wish you
This Anima Drought isn't hard on just the Carians. The wildlife of Bastion are suffering too. Many creatures are becoming aggressive and menacing. Worms, cloud feathers especially. They're hurting the other wildlife and long beyond saving. If someone doesn't clear the garden of these starved creatures, we can no longer meditate here. And if we can no longer meditate, that'll make the anima shortage even worse.
May we lift each other.
Well, I don't see anything, Uther. What are you talking about?
May you succeed.
When the animals become aggravated, we left in a hurry. However, all of Kala's toys are still in the garden. Since you're there, would you please collect them? Kala may be very large, but she is still young. She can be a bit of a troublemaker as well. Hopefully the return of her toys will help keep her distracted. Okay, fine. Whatever. Kala's slobber ball. It's a little bit damp. Mesmerizing for a Larion of any age. And yeah, sorry, Linerith, we've been talking about this, honestly, a little bit too much. That's my fault. I apologize. We probably should be done with this zone by now, but I woke up extremely late. I was asleep. Like, no excuse. I mean, obviously, it's cold, and that's screwing with my ability to sleep, but that's my big excuse. I slept in, boss. This is when you say, "You're fired." Damn it! Nothing worse that could happen than me being offered a job. So there's a plushie here called Mr. Mikanikos. I'll give you 2 guesses who that's of. The Squeaker was torn out eons ago, but he's still very helpful. Named after Kala's favorite steward. I absolutely can picture Larions just straight up chasing stewards and stewards being like, "Ah, help, help, help." Comfy comfort pillow. Kala's had it since she was a cub. Can't sleep without it.
We walk this path together.
We can now better fulfill our duties here. I look forward to resuming our meditations. Thank you.
By the Archon's will.
Do you have her playthings? She's becoming quite a handful.
May you succeed in your
Kala, look, Horror brought back your favorite things.
Wish you enduring resolve.
I'm still new and haven't passed all my aspirant tests, but I have an idea. There's an artifact called Karina's Allaying Crook. Karina was a powerful ascendant who tamed the creatures of Bastion eons ago. Her staff has the power to prevent more creatures from succumbing to savage, anima-starved state. She does have her stuff. However, the artifact is protected, and only one with great courage can retrieve it. I bet you could.
May we lift each other.
Could I, though? Like, is that a thing? Okay, whatever. Do I look particularly courageous? Courage calls. Ah, Zosi, you come to retrieve the crook. Ascended Coroner. I'm glad you're here. What must we do? Channel all your anima into the staff. This is a test of your courage and hope. But I have neither. There is no hope. No future. No peace. Hang on, I actually gotta think about this. Go away. I'm trying to look at my buttons here. Come on, come on. Let's go with that, I think, for now. Yep, so remember, canonically, Sarfeg's supposed to be in the Maw. He isn't, of course. Soft continuity. Kala, no! Drop it! She must think it's her chew stick. Kala, oh my god. This is why I hate pets. Well, having pets. Interacting with pets in any way, really.
What knowledge do you bear?
I told you she could be a troublemaker. Ugh!
Service. By the Archon's
Kala has flown off with Corona's laying crook. I saw her fly into her den to the west. I must warn you, she can become very protective when she's in there. Please be careful, but do not be afraid to give her some tough love. Don't worry. I got plenty of tough love. Alright, Kala. You have been a bad thing. I don't know what you are. You have a debuff called Ball? Give me that stick. So I know about that, if that's what you're talking about. I think there's something else there, too. Either way, you can't convince me that he's in the Maw right now. Sorry. Kala, behave. No biting this one.
What is on your mind? May you succeed in your trials.
You're welcome. Well done. Your service to this place and these animals is commendable. In the years to come, I will guide you in the use of the staff to restore the garden and its creatures. Thank you, Great One. You humbled me. Now, Kala, you are very naughty today. Apologize. Close enough. Thank you again. Go in service. Whatever you say, Linerith. Guys, I think Linerith is completely insane. Why wouldn't he be in the Maw? Because the Maw, for all intents and purposes, doesn't really exist. No, I'm dead serious. I've said this before and I'll say this again. Quests and storytelling before Shadowlands act like the constructed afterlives do not exist. Quests and storytelling after Shadowlands act like the constructed afterlives do not exist. In other words, the very existence of constructed afterlives has been... Which means there's no Maw to go to.
Welcome, mortal. This gateway will take you above.
Arguably, there never was one. Hang on, what is this? A fresh soul. Your perspective may be of useful to us. Nemia and I have opposing viewpoints. She lauds her Larion, creatures native to Bastion, who she raises and trains as companions. However, I find the Failinks are superior beings. They are efficient, obedient, and easier to work with. Please, come learn both of our ways. Okay. I have to AFK for a minute anyways, so sure. I remember this daily, or I guess, excuse me, world quest. No, I think the Failinks is a better. What do you think? Terrible shot on one. Here we go. Here's a Phalanx. Hey, Joe Rulf. How's your day going? Roar mode activated. Thank you for the sub. And if you want to put that towards up to 3 things of your choice, please let me know. Look, robots are better, okay? I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them rigorously, with zealotry, one might say. Anyways, I'll be right back. Oh, wow. Boop. Okay.
You seek me?
I'm honored you came to me first. Allow me to show you my ways.
Archon shield you.
As a part of their training, I ordered my Phalanx units to march in the fields, keeping an eye on the wildlife and any going-ons. Unfortunately, the last time they returned, there were one fewer in number.
Discipline in all things.
Usually, repair's easy. Anima everywhere. Except drought means we can't just pull it from air. Other sources needed. Take this. Drain anima from Cloudstriders. Not ideal, but desperate times.
Toodaloo.
Toodaloo. Or sorry, toodaloo. I mean, there's a reason there's the block invites button. That's pretty much its point and purpose. What you're saying is they're even more ideal than I already thought, Lunaruth. This quest also doesn't share, by the way. A lot of these quests don't share. The Sylph Lance. This one is the dancing one. They did. BFA had a few issues, and Shadowlands had several issues. Interestingly enough, the two expansions made in the roughest period in Blizzard's history. I suspect there's a correlation. In fact, for the longest time, I've sort of assumed those kind of flags were automatic. Based on that context alone, and this is presumptive, I think that someone has to go in and manually adjust quests to have sharing. To share across a group, for whatever reason. Probably due to some kind of spaghetti code somewhere. Which means, when they just don't have the time, and don't have the editing pass, and don't have the polishing time, then yeah, they probably just didn't go through and adjust the quests to make them share properly. So Lunaruth would be the singing one. Paragon would be the cooking one. Evo's the drawing one. Huthor's the contradictory one. Greywolf is the dragon one. No, Maverick's the dragon one. Sorry. What's Greywolf? We'll call Greywolf the lore one. Hang on a sec, Gijo. Let's find out if you can do that or not. Okay, so apparently it's already on the list, which means you can actually put it to 2 more things if you want to, Gijo. Oh, it's raining again. It's been raining a lot lately. I like sarcastic one better. Yeah.
Welcome, friend. A steward's job is never done.
Go
He's right
in
here.
service.
There we So it doesn't work that way, Jijo? You can't double or triple up. That's just breaking the system at that point.
I welcome you.
The unit seems to be malfunctioning. We'll have to perform
Courage
repairs.
steel your heart.
That's enough to repair Katanamos, and then some.
My pleasure.
Katamatos needs numerous repairs to meet functional standards. Upkeeping Phalanx is part of my role. Lend a hand so we may finish the repairs more thoroughly and quickly.
We shine in her glory. You are seen.
You can also pick a genre of game if you don't feel like being specific. Like if there's just a type of game you're interested in. I wonder. That talent does actually reduce the cooldown of both Divine Tolls. That's funny.
Speak, mortal.
So some new armor pieces. Oh yeah, feel the speed. You know, this probably isn't that heavy. It's a barrel of Anima. Oh, you know what? We're probably just trying to be careful. Yeah, okay, never mind. I can buy that. We do have a drought, after all. Now let's just dump some armor randomly in the air here. Yeah, I was looking at the order of that, Uthor, and yeah, you are correct. The other three are during the launch MSQ. That one's during the Covenant campaign.
Yes, mortal.
I've technically never seen that in-game.
Follow the path.
With one more burst of energy. Wondrous. Katamatos, you are looking good as new. Return to your pedestal. Pedestal mode re-engaged.
You stand before the Ascended.
As long as you keep a Phalanx in working condition, they will obey you without hesitation.
Our charge is sacred.
Excellent.
Our vigil resolute.
Our Phalanx units excel in combat. They are thoroughly trained in taking down foes by the legs, as well as hunting beasts gone awry. I need you to take stock of his fighting routines. Take him into the cavern below and practice his combat against the worms.
Follow the path.
Phalanxes have precision detection mechanisms that allow for excellent scouting. In the caves below, we have scattered gems that our units are trained to locate. Escort him and run some drills to recalibrate his training.
We shine in her glory.
Phalanx listen to orders. Never disobey. Larions are wild beasts. Can attack. Could eat Steward, probably. Untamed Larion lives close. Has chased many stewards. Very scary. Please take care of it.
This place will tidy itself.
I don't actually remember, Uthor. Does anyone remember if we gave any negatives for locking, meat content behind order halls? Hey, Kennex Cow. Welcome back. I remember we were debating that, especially with regards to the Rogue Order Hall. Because the entire battle at the Broken Shore, the Trap, is kind of substantially significant MSQ territory, which you will never see unless you play a rogue. Where is this stupid dog? Come here, you stupid dog. You, come here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Could someone check the list to see if Settlers 2 is on it, please? Oh, I see what happened. Oh, that's irritating. No? What? Okay, hold on. I'm actually turned around now. Dang it. Come here. Please come here. Dog? Hey! Dog here. Ugh. Could someone do me a favor, just to keep the efficiency line going here? When did Settlers 2 come out? $1996. Final question. Is it on GOG? Because that sounds old enough that it might be streamable. Lol, Spartan. I'll tell you what. I can put that towards Settlers 2 if you want, Gijo. I am presuming I can get it playable. Streamable. Streamable is the hard part. What am I missing? Oh. There is one that came out in 2006, but that's almost assuredly not streamable, because that came out in 2006. That's like right in the middle of the streamability gap. It is probably easier to get the 96 version on camera. More technically savvy people have explained it pretty well, Eva, but it boils down to how computers rendered three-dimensional objects, a method by which we don't use anymore and didn't use before. That method is really hard to get working properly on modern systems. As a result, there are many, many, many issues with getting games within the streamability gap on camera. Some of them are hard to even get playable, usually involving fan patches or something else in order to just get them to the point where a modern system can run it at all. Very recently, a friend of mine asked me to help them get Alpha Centauri working, for example. I know Alpha Centauri is a bit before that, but still.
You seek me?
Excellent. Combat routines acceptable.
Archon shield you. Courage steel your heart.
Can be at peace. No wild Larion to eat me. Ooh.
A steward's job is never done.
Why are these quests still going?
Shine upon you.
I'm sorry. These quests are really boring. Is this just me? Like, we've had good side quests for, like, 3 expansions now. What is this nonsense? And yeah, the PS3, which had absolutely atrocious architecture, did not help anything.
Yes, mortal?
And with that, I believe Gatamatos is once again functioning at standard. Thank you for your aid.
Our charge is sacred.
You possess the correct mindset for retaining a Phalanx. I believe you'd find great success here, but before you commit, I implore you to go across the hill and introduce yourself to my rival, Nemea. She believes that her unreasonable, free-willed Larions are better partners than my perfect Phalanx.
Discipline.
Experience her lifestyle so you can see how much superior my work is. Games being on GOG are not a guarantee of them being playable or streamable, speaking from experience. So it kind of doesn't matter.
You seek me.
Pelodos sent you, did he? Sure, his Phalanx follow orders, but where's their depth?
Courage steel your heart.
I'm gonna stop reading these out loud. Is that okay? Is that cool? Cool, okay. Go meet some lions. Hello, lion. Like, this should be... this is the kind of bread and butter that WoW is usually really good at. Nice, down-to-earth, personal quest chain between 2 individuals who are just arguing about which kind of pet they like the best. And this is dull as dishwater. And a little bit buggy, actually. Because of how they do subzone lines.
I welcome you.
So.
We shine in her glory.
They need chew toys to keep their teeth sharp. Okay.
Follow the path.
Due to the Anima Drought, the Cloud Striders no longer shed their antlers. You'll have to collect them off their bodies. I implore you not to be wasteful and use as many parts of the Cloud Stride as you can. What? You know, I think you're right, Uthor.
Our charge is sacred.
Sure.
Our vigil resolute.
One of the Larions ran off. Go rescue it. Cool. Actually, yeah. Compare and contrast this to the Troll Goblin quest in Zoldazar. That is a night and day comparison. I forget which Settlers game I played. Both played Deval. There's not much happening narratively. And it's your basic X of Ys with low drop rate and or high requirements. And that's in addition to some issues with flow and zone control. Like, picture this for a second. You have a quest to go do something. That quest takes you down a cliff. So you go down the cliff. If you're a typical player, you probably literally jump over. But then when you have to go back, you have to walk up around the edge. There's no flying back up. Now, I know. I have flight, but when this came out, there was no flight. So this quest was designed to make you go walk all the way back up the path. Now, that's acceptable once. But then you do it every single time because they send you down and up and down and up 3 separate times. That's the kind of gameplay design we're dealing with here. Now, you're probably thinking, wow, that's terrible. Why'd they do it that way? I guarantee you it's not on purpose. That's the kind of thing that someone does because they're just placing zones and attaching quest objects to NPCs and not really thinking about the consequences, because all of that wonderful quest design that WoW is known for requires one thing more than anything else: time. It takes QA testers time and effort and work going through something and saying, okay, here, this should be moved here, this should go over there, this should be adjusted to this should be pulled down to this, etc., etc., etc. And I guarantee you, Shadowlands did not have that level of polish. And so here we are. Yeah, Office was on fire, and COVID. Yeah, Shadowlands was even delayed several months. Something several people tend to forget about. There we go. Feel better? Good. Now, do you see what I mean? So I have flying, but my destination is up there. I am down here. Now hang on, it gets worse. If I go that way not only doesn't lead up for a while, but it will actually despawn the NPCs I am escorting, failing the quest. I've actually already done that once on accident. I have to go this way. There is no other route up. So I slow-mode my way up every time. So we are now in the 4th time it has taken us down this cliff edge. And yeah, remember, we didn't have flying back then. That's why I'm showing it off like this. This is what lack of time does to quest design right here. And why I'm mentioning the gameplay in addition to the story. Flying, ironically, does tend to mess with NPCs, but there's ways to avoid that. For example, you notice I have my little escort guy here, right? So if I take off and land over here really quick like, he should be fine to reach me. See? But you notice how it took him a moment to reach me because, interestingly enough, dragon flying specifically messes with NPCs. They're used to flying. So if I take off and I go a little bit too far, like say over here. Okay, he teleported that time, but he doesn't always. I actually had an instance earlier on this quest chain where I lost him completely because I took off dragon flying. So it's kind of a gamble. That's what you've probably seen me do this little maneuver several times where I just take out of the air and then land quickly just to make sure that I don't lose the NPC who's with me.
Yes, mortal.
Antlers are great for keeping my pack's teeth sharp
Discipline
and clean.
in all things.
Indira has taken a liking to you. Maybe you'd be interested in bonding with her further.
Archon shield you.
Say what you will about a Phalanx, but Larion will always have one major advantage: wings. A bonded Larion will hunt alongside you whether you're on the ground or in the air.
Follow the path.
There's actually a really cool world quest here. I'm not sure if we're about to do the version of it, but... Exactly, Blade of All. That's why I'm still giving this negatives, because, yeah, it's better, and it is, to be very clear. But it just reduces negatives. And yeah, in the next 2 expansions, the overwhelming majority of NPCs who go with us can keep up with dragon flying one way or another, because they know that you have it at that point. So now, try to be shocked. We're going over here again. This is 5 times now.
Welcome, mortal.
Whoops.
This
Sorry.
gateway will take you above.
I actually want to go right here. My bad. Overshot. I actually agree with that, Huthor. So far, we've seen exactly one subzone of note, which was the garden, which I liked. It's worth noting. But that's kind of it. I suppose there is the temple area, too. I will give you that. Ardenweald? I don't know if Ardenweald will beat the Jade Forest. Actually, that's a good point. When we were in the garden, we were there for, like, quick in and out, boom, done. We are still doing this secondary chain. Still. Yeah, I was actually looking at the visual positive we've already given this zone. It's a decent chunk, as it should be, but it's nowhere near as high as, well, frankly, a lot of the zones we've just covered back in BFA. Like, compare and contrast this place to Najatar, Najatar, for example. Here's another good example of quest design. We need 10 items that drop off of something. They don't have a 100% drop rate. End statement. I can just stop right there. But then we add that a lot of them move very quickly. Like, I'm actually having trouble catching some of these jackasses. They hurt, so you're kind of discouraged from fighting more than one at a time. And the big guys, they even give you an item to bring them down. So it's an extra irritant of slowing you down, an extra irritant of slowing you down, and you need to kill a bunch of them. I know I come across as impatient when it comes to quest design, but to be clear, what I mostly don't enjoy is having my time effectively wasted, which is what this is doing. Up the cliff.
You are seen.
It is a satisfying experience to see your Larion take wing to help you down.
Go in service.
As a flightless being, you will unfortunately never feel the joy of flying alongside your companion. Unless...
Our charge is sacred. Our vigil resolute.
So, this is a pretty good world quest. This is the one I'm thinking of. Looks like it is. No, maybe not. The one I'm thinking of, each one of these you hit, your speed increases. And so you do another one, and another one, and another one, and it starts to get to the point where you have to have some really good reflexes to keep it going.
You stand before the Ascended.
I could see that as Mirror.
Discipline in all things. Courage steel your heart.
So now I get to choose which one of them I'm going to stick with. The answer is, of course, neither. Having said that, I have the Phalanx, right? No? Do I have... No?
Archon's light shine upon you.
You are seen.
Hold on. I swear I have this. One moment. I swear I have this stupid thing. Whatever. Moving on.
Go.
I'm gonna choose the Phalanx.
Discipline in all things.
Go in service.
Enjoy your soulless soldiers. Cool. Quest complete. Negative. Moving on. Now, because flying doesn't exist, we have to get up that flying island up there. Speaking of irritations of navigating a zone.
Welcome, mortal. This gateway will take you above.
You got pretty used to where these gateways were. There's like 4 of them, I want to say. Because this was the only way up here. And a lot of quests go up here.
I understand, Clea. We must call the Polemarch. He can present you to the Archon. State your purpose.
What is on your mind?
Yes, mortal.
Here in Hero's Rest, we have a beacon that is the fastest way to draw the Polemarch's attention. It's been quite some time since we had to use it. I'm afraid it's fallen into disrepair. I authorize you to receive a steward companion during your stay in Bastion. I will call for someone to convene here. You may select one to aid you.
Go in service.
Alright, the hardest choice imaginable.
Will aid you in
Pick a
summoning
steward.
Polemarch Adrestes. Choose one to be your companion.
Alright, Evo. No, we already lost Evo. She's gone. He's like, ugh! I hate adorable owls. Owls suck. So, we've got Daffy. So this guy.
Allow me to help.
Gal.
Go in service.
We've got Ilapos. It's this
Allow me to help.
guy. We've got Kukis.
Hello.
We've got Appa.
How do you do?
Over here we have Cherami. You have to pick one of these, by the way, Evo.
Yoo-hoo.
Oh yeah, speaking of which. Well, okay. Over here we have Akiris.
How do you do?
You're remembering these, right, Evo? It's gonna be a quiz. Here's Bola.
Is there work to be done?
It's hauling food around. There's Corinth.
Is there work to be done?
I'm not sure if there's a smallest one. I think they're all kind of the same. I actually don't remember if there's any difference between them. I really don't.
Hello.
Other than male, female.
Yes.
And like some of them are armored and some of them aren't. So for example, Scylla here.
Yes.
Female, unarmored. Abolus.
Yoo-hoo.
Male. Silver armor.
Is there work to be done?
Here's male with golden feathers.
Hello.
Here's male with golden feathers and armor. Pick one, Evo. The whole stream is being held up by you. The whole thing. All eyes are on you until you make this critical choice. Probably Lenarov. Okay, male golden feathers, no armor.
Yoo-hoo!
That's you.
Welcome, friend. Go in service.
It even gives you a warning. You can't change this for some time. Technically ever, depending.
I would have you speak.
Whenever you need assistance, your steward, this is your secondary ability. By the way, each faction has two abilities. There's your primary, which is combat-focused. There's your secondary, which usually isn't. In this case, your steward will bring you a phial of serenity that consumed to restore 20% of your health, cure curse, disease, poison, and bleed effects. It also gives you access to some amenities for 4 minutes.
I will be watching you, mortal.
Yeah, that's right. We'll put you up there. Stewards are useful for many reasons. They keep Bastion tidy, fix things that are broken, and offer unrivaled companionship and support. The Titans totally built them, wink wink. Your new steward assistant should be able to repair the beacon. Then you can summon the polemark.
Go in service.
Come, my minion.
I have other duties to attend to. Your steward can repair the beacon at your request.
Oh, I have to.
How do you do?
Yes, could you play me a song?
Back to work.
Okay, so I need you to fix the beacon, please.
Goodbye, my friend.
Where are you going? I mean, you picked this one, not me. I usually pick a female, because I like the female actress better. The cuter. And they say, yoo-hoo. All done. Working good. Thank you.
For what purpose do you light the beacon, aspirants?
Polemark, we have urgent news for the Archon.
You are the ones from the Temple of Purity. Very well, then. You wish to be of service?
Celestine has vouched for you by allowing you usage of the beacon. For that reason, you have my attention.
We all serve a greater good.
Our revered Archon has decided to grace you with an audience. It is your duty to present your discoveries to her, and then follow her wise judgment. She holds audience in the Elysian Hold, part of the sprawling spires of Ascension, home of the Ascended. We shall fly you there.
Remain.
No, it's okay. I can fly myself.
An audience with the Archon. We shall meet you there, my friend.
Seriously, I have a flying mount. Can you just... Guys? Guys? Ah! Ah! Don't let go! Don't let go!
Assembled and await the Archon's arrival. It would be wise for you to listen until asked to speak. Such an illustrious audience is a rare honor, mortal. Do not squander it.
Uh-huh. So, new subzone. Looks cool, right? We're probably not giving any positive to it right now because I'm 90% certain this is just the dungeon. Can someone track me on that?
Her memories are unequivocal, Devos. Your hand has sworn herself to them all.
Lysonia. I never knew darkness lurked within her.
Oh, this is the Order Hall. Well, then we'll get back to this then. We're not doing it now either way. It's cool. Fine, we'll do it now. Yeah, I was about to say, it actually feels kind of dead. Maybe we should wait until we're here for the campaign. So we'll wait until we're here for the campaign.
You are seen.
The Archon's chambers are just above. I urge you to practice extreme deference.
Find your purity.
No. I will escort you to hold audience with the Archon. I beseech you to present your information directly and succinctly. Our wise Archon is totally awesome and amazing. So this is our first real interaction with an eternal one. God, I kept stuttering over because I keep wanting to say first one, but no, it's the other one.
Go in service.
This is dire news for Siphony. But the Archon has turned a deaf ear to such tidings in the past.
The circumstances have changed. Tell me of these Forsworn.
Most have merely lost faith, and may yet be redeemed. But some have fallen so far as to wield the power of the Maw itself.
It is true. This mortal has fought against Ascended who are in service of the Jailer. Lysonia is not the only one.
We do not know when or where the Forsworn will strike next, but strike they will.
What you speak of is unthinkable, but we must remain vigilant nonetheless. Paragons, return to your temples. Adrestes, monitor the wards. It appears you have a part to play in all of this, mortal. Let us see what comes of it. Go in service.
I like the gold tips to her wings more than anything else. So yeah, if you wondered why Vralkyr and Brykul and Spirit Healers and Kyrians all look like it, it's because they are based on her. By her, it's worth noting. In case you didn't get the massive fact that everyone here is constantly licking her boots. And yes, very obvious Odin parallels. That's why. We'll talk about each of the Eternal Ones and their approach to their service as we go.
Do you need a task?
Each Temple of Bastion is protected by a ward here in Elysian Hold. As long as the wards hold, no malevolent force can launch an assault. Really? It's concerning that the Forsworn were able to check purity in such force. Your orders are to examine the wards. As long as they stand, Bastion remains strong.
Wisdom guide your path.
Okay. Yeah, you missed the whole speech. In fact, I think Huthor missed the whole speech, too. I had a whole discussion of how the nature of the machine works perfectly well as long as nothing goes wrong. But the moment anything goes wrong, everything breaks. What we are seeing in the micro and the macroscopic scale as we go through these zones is just how badly everything is breaking.
Peculiar. The Ward of Purity is disabled. This is surely what allowed the Forsworn to invade in such force.
Exactly, Magister.
Good. The Temple of Loyalty's ward is active. The Kyrian, meditating on their duty to Bastion and the Archon, are safe. Humility's ward stands strong. However, perhaps it would do the Forsworn service to relearn the lessons taught there.
The past memories of all Kyrian are stored at the Temple of Wisdom. I am quite relieved to see its ward holding. The Ward of Courage holds. That is quite the relief.
Hello, Uther.
Fools! The Forsworn will triumph over the Archon!
Quickly! We must alert the pole mark!
Now, what's funny is, if I'm remembering correctly, that's like the second of 3 appearances that Uther makes unless you do their covenant. Yeah, can we turn the ward back on? Like, we were right there. Just hit the switch, guys.
I am the Archon's will.
Seems the Forsworn are in our very midst, even in the spires.
Proceed with
The
courage.
Temple of Courage must not fall. All Kyrian learn to fight in its hallowed halls, not only to protect Bastion, but to ensure their own safety when retrieving souls across the Veil. Get some good rest, Evo.
Cassius will provide you with a Larion.
See you tomorrow.
Go, quickly.
Yes, Polemarch. Archon, watch over us all.
You are seen.
And not heard. Wait.
The Forsworn who destroyed the ward. He was the one from Lasonia's memories.
It seemed that their pact with the Maw was kept secret from him. I wonder, are the other Forsworn also unaware of it?
If that is the case, then perhaps... By the Archon! Clea, look!
The ward has been sabotaged, as we agreed.
Good. Our allies are eager to strike.
The Kyrian temples will fall, and the Archon's reign shall be ended.
That's actually a good moment for several reasons, but
I'm glad to see I am not yet alone. The Maldraxxi attacked without warning.
But especially from a meta perspective. Because if you're playing Shadowlands, there's an extremely high chance you're familiar with the Scourge. And what did we just see happen? What is clearly a necropolis warp in and send out undead invaders, including people who are very clearly abominations, to attack. So we look at this and we're like, oh crap, it's the Scourge. But then he flat out drops the name Maldraxxi. Okay.
You speak to the hand.
Not quite the army I hoped, but I welcome your blade by my side.
By Xandria's spear.
In a fair fight, our warriors could stand against countless swarms of Maldraxxi. I'm going to disagree with that. This was no fair fight, outsider. They came without warning, without cause. We were caught unprepared. They must not be allowed to encroach any further. This stops here.
My life for the Paragon. By Xandria's spear. You betray your ancient oath to Maldraxxus, Lich! Justice will be done!
I love the new Lich appearances, by the way. Yeah, that's the other thing. They keep talking about how we must train to fight. It's like, you have a military, an actual army, which trains pretty much day and night. Like, that's kind of what they do.
Nothing. My master bids that
Bastion be destroyed, and the Kyrian corpses harvested for our armies. You and your kin shall be the first, but not the last.
Sacrilege! Mortal, push forward and secure the temple!
Yeah, the Maldraxxi are one of my favorites for a reason. But, having said that, there's one other asterisk I wanted to mention about them. If you pay attention to the visuals, most Maldraxxi they're obviously based on the rigging, the meshes, the skeletons of most of the undead troops we've seen around since forever, since Wrath, right? Abominations, ghouls, geists, all that fun stuff. The thing is, ironically, the thing is, they're also fleshier. It's a common trend. Their abominations look like they're, well, I don't want to say fatter, but like they have more actual flesh on them. Same thing with the ghouls, same thing with the skeletons, right? It's a consistent thing, and it helps to distinguish them, and honestly also makes sense from an in-lore perspective. No. Just curious of something really quick here. Here we go. Perfect. Like, for example, this is what an abomination looks like as a Maldraxxi. You see what I mean? Because, yeah, the Scourge in lore were based off of the Maldraxxi, so that tracks. I also really like their aesthetic, the Egyptian-style aesthetic. Like, look at that Lich for a second. Take that guy in. That guy looks badass. Why don't I have a Lich form? I've been asking for that for my Frost Mage since Vanilla. Anyways.
You have my attention.
We have bought a staging ground, but much remains to be done.
My life.
Friends, I bring aid!
Hi, Mika Nikos. Wait, what aid do you bring? We will show these Maldraxxi insurgents the price for their betrayal. The northern grounds have been taken by the House of Constructs, home to our most resilient warriors. They have earned no mercy this day, and we will give them none. We will carve through them side by side until the sacred ground is cleansed.
Keep your wits about you. Our enemy has no honor.
I can rebuild this Colossus's core systems, but a few things are beyond repair. Thankfully, there were enough Centurions present. I believe we can improvise. Replacements are in order. I require an Anima Conflux to charge its systems, Eternity Plating to protect its core, and Archonic Resonator. I'll take care of the rest quickly now.
The sooner you find those parts, the sooner this Colossus can help clear their flyers.
You'll also notice something else, which I find very interesting, which we won't really cover probably today, honestly, but probably tomorrow. I've been going a lot slower through here than I intended to, and I do apologize for that. Hopefully we can speed up at some point. Speaking of which, I have a dungeon soon-ish. Do I have anyone who could drag my sorry ass through it?
Off a portion of their anima. It will heal your wounds if you approach it.
Some of our brethren are still alive in there. While many were lost in the initial assault, they seem keen on taking any survivors prisoner. I know not what they intend, but given their mastery of corpses, we must assume the worst. Some have already been taken to their necropoli up above, but others remain on cages on the ground. Free all that you can.
Weakness.
Save every Kyrian that you can!
Oh, yeah. We're gonna have to do that unsynced. I mean, I was planning to anyways, because that's just where we're at.
My final battle.
Yeah, remember, we're permanently killing all these people, by the way. Random point there.
I think I can make it.
I don't think it matters, Spartan. And we are also not experience locked, however, I'm not sure you can get any experience from it, Laneru. I'm legitimately not sure. Eye of Noxoramus, by the way. Sorry, Eye of Zolramoth. Oh, and notice how quickly the land just instantly changes? I think you're right, Uthor. I only bring that up because, remember, everything here is made of anima, including the ground. So the land is extremely morphic.
Save the others. Ugh.
So this actually makes perfect sense. As weird as that probably sounds.
This is one of Mechanicos' finest creations. It channels anima directly into blasts of energy.
Oh, I noticed the Kyrian impaled on a statue. In the interest of speed, I would prefer to do it unsynced, by the way. I mean, it isn't the norm, Lord Aramont. I mean, it's that or I do it tomorrow when you're not here, Lunera. Although, you should still be able to bring your 50. I'm pretty sure you can manage that. And I'm going to go in as 31. Congrats, by the way, Mr. Red.
Remember me.
Who are you again? So one other thing I find interesting, I said I was going to talk about it. Everything about these guys is universally codified as if they're the bad guys, right?
Speak to the hand.
I mean, the name of the quest is Rip and Tear, for God's sakes. The Scourge attack, they're undead, and we all know undead equals bad guys, so there's that. They attack, yeah, the Scourge parallels, they attack without any warning, they're like, ah, we will destroy you. Kyria must be annihilated, and all the Kyrians are like, they're heretics and must be destroyed, and blah, 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 blah. Everything about this showcases the Maldraxxi as if they're the villains. So...
Now Thor is truly powerful if his magic penetrated this plating. He will not go down easily.
Yeah, Helya was just there, you know. So there's your jailer connection for some reason. Oh, jeez, that was strange. In other words, everything indicates that the Maldraxxi are the bad guys. So when I was first playing through this, my first thought was, ah, so the Maldraxxi are the bad guys. Cool. I figured it was just the Mossworn, but then again, most expansions have at least one bad guy faction, right? So here we are. Based on how I'm lining this up, you can already tell the Maldraxxi are not the bad guys. At least not all of them. And that is a recurring trend in Shadowlands, is that each of the Covenants has their own bad guy faction. In fact, in 3 of the cases, it's a sub-faction of the main faction. We have the Forsworn, or the Kyrians. We have the Jackasses, is what I'm going to call them, the Loyalists, in Revendreth. We have these assholes over in Maldraxxus. The only exception, I believe, is Ardenweald, who... We'll get there.
No glory for me.
Yeah. The Queen is kind of terrifying. She's probably the second most evil of the Eternal ones, I would say. Very... Well, very fey, actually, but I was going to say very eldritch. The actual most evil, well, we'll get to him. Remember what I said about quest design? I have long since finished my other 2 quests. And I was at 40% of this when I did. And I'm just chipper shredding through these, too. Yeah, she's very NIMBY, Maverick. I'm barely joking. I don't know. I've seen your mugs. Shadowland mugs. Horrifying. The plus side Paladin's pretty legit. Okay. You're a true ally. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, we'll go with your welcome.
You have my attention.
You have the parts? Yes, I do.
I have high standards.
This Anima Conflux is completely drained of Anima. Just a hunk of metal. Not your fault, of course, not at all, but we need to charge it. The Maldraxxi have extractors, big green crystals, can't miss them. They're using it to drain mana from the fallen Kyrian. Very bad. We can use them to charge the Conflux, then our Colossi here will be functional again. The House of Rituals occupies the southern half of the temple. Unlike the constructs, their key advantage is their endless army of risen fighters. Thankfully, the Archonic Resonator we recovered will take care of it. As we carve our way through their forces, blast their corpses with the Resonator. Its energy will sunder their souls, preventing them from being raised to fight again. Hold on. Why aren't they permanently dying?
We shall all meet at the shattered span below once our work is done.
Loud and clear. I will just move the Colossus somehow.
Where are you going? Okay, whatever. I mean, you know my answer to that. I think they just weren't keeping track of it, or either didn't care.
Do not forget to use the Resonator, lest they rise against us once more.
Or weren't really coordinating in the office, because it was really hard to reach Ben down the hall, because the path down the hallway was on fire. I mean, I'm dead serious. I bet you money that most of the writers of the moments where they bypass that permadeath mechanic is when they just were writing these to be the Scourge, or weren't coordinating with the rest of the team, or whatever. Because this shows up several times. Shrug. Sure. There is one hearth. Interesting.
My legend begins!
You can tell I'm spoiled, because I just looked at my experience and thought, wow. I'm only level 31 from a single zone.
Meet your demise!
I have sheared off a portion of their anima. It will heal your wounds if you approach it.
Yeah, so I mentioned this earlier. The Maldraxxians have a bit of the Norse coding. Honor, valor, seeking out death in battle, stuff like that. Which is funny, considering they're also the frickin' Scourge. But something about that just fits for me, in a way I have trouble putting into words. Like, there's... We'll talk about it more when we actually get there, but there's something about how normal warfare is for them that just kind of fits the overall culture of Maldraxxus.
You cheated!
Yeah, we've already heard them talk about honor several times as we're killing them here. And glory. Most of these ground troops probably actually have no idea what they're doing here or what battle they're fighting for. They're just doing what they always do, fighting in a battle.
My legend begins!
That one, he didn't voice it out loud, but he just said, this one's gonna net me some fame.
I was just getting started.
Our forces have gathered at the Shattered Span. I shall meet you there. Your forces are already pushed back. You have lost.
Intriguing weapon. May I inspect?
Not fully charged, but close enough. May have to disable a few safety features.
The Colossus needs to finish charging. Buy me time.
I can do that.
You speak to the hand.
If this... Really? You will speak to the hand. If the Necromancer's brood descends upon us before the Colossus is charged, we will perish. There is no question. We must keep his attention until Mykonos' work is complete. He believes the day is already won, that we are pawns to be toyed with. We can use his hubris to our advantage and buy his precious seconds.
By Xandria's spear.
Ah!
Meet your demise! I was just getting started.
You know, Mr. Red.
Nearly at full power. Just a bit longer.
There's no honor in not doing highlight reels. Sorry.
Bonefang's spawn could use a treat. Come, Kyrian. If you are so bold, fulfill your destiny.
The Colossus is ready. Come, come! Fire when ready! Fire!
This is such a waste of Anima if you think about it. I know that's the point. But that is just
how you take care of business.
a huge
Towards the Paragon.
Huge amount of Anima burned. But they're not going to get back anytime soon.
You have my attention.
So.
My life for the Paragon.
I don't know what awaits us across the chasm. By the Archon's grace, I hope the Paragon yet lives, but I fear the worst. We will face this greater unknown together, as we have faced the rest of Maldraxxus' horrors. To be Kyrian is to follow the path, no matter how dire the circumstance. Whatever happens, know that you have earned my undying respect this day.
Yeah. The Paragon of Courage was at the heart of the temple when the attack came. If she yet draws breath, we must lend her our aid.
You cannot win this battle, Necromancer! Our courage never falters!
It will take more than courage to save you now.
My Paragon! You do not stand alone!
Ah, just the vessel I require.
Archon! For Bastion! What are you doing to me? No! No! No!
Thanatos!
I have perfected you! Now serve me by destroying our enemies. Yes, Master.
Well, crap. Thanatos Spine Render. Cool.
Monster! What has driven you to this madness?
Actually, yeah.
Kyrian are complicit in a broken cycle. Bastion is a waste of anima. We shall seize it all.
Not while I stand against you!
Then you will be the next to fall.
Yep. Like it or not, this is still the Anima Drought. Don't mistake me, there are some actual, jailer loyalists amongst the Maldraxxi. But you could see how they could convince so many. We're in the middle of a drought, so you go attack the Oasis. It makes a disturbing amount of sense, especially considering what we know is going on in the other zones.
I failed you.
You will suffer for this, Necromancer!
Come, then, if you dare. Rain death upon them. Ensure they do not interfere.
Outsider! We need to get out of here!
Then let's go!
Rain death upon them. Ensure they do not interfere.
Artemidi...
Outsider! We need to get out of here!
Yeah, thanks. Artemidi will report to the Archon. We must return to Oribos and inform them of Maldraxxus's treachery.
Do you have need of my blade?
Thanatos is gone, isn't he? Yeah, but it's okay, because we could just res him again? Or maybe we can't. And let me check the dice. Nope, looks like it's dead o'clock. He is in fact dead.
May your courage...
Maldraxxus must answer for their crimes against Bastion. There shall be justice. We must go to Oribos and speak with Talinara, the Honored Voice. We'll tell her what transpired. Tell her that Kyrian will not stand idle against this aggression. But wait! There's a dungeon.
Do you have need of my...
We must travel to Oribos at once. My people will surely prepare our armies for retaliation once Artemidi delivers word.
But yeah, I actually...
Stay safe.
I actually very unironically love the idea of this. Where the hell am I? Note to self, move Hearthstone. Of the idea of raiding, marauding, attacks, assaults, all that kind of fun stuff actually happening as a direct result of, well, the drought. You know? It makes a disturbing amount of sense. Also, this is the leveling gear. I actually kind of like it. It is, once again, just the gear that the guards have, but, you know, it looks cool. Where did you go? Uncertain. I believe I went to the afterlife. Oh, you're not dead? No, you misunderstand. No, let's get to the good hearth. Best hearth in the game.
Peace, friend. Walk with the Earth Mother.
Immediately delete the Hearthstone. Ignore the sword. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist.
Why, hello.
I'd like to return to the present.
So nice to see you.
I just realized I didn't invite Brigwin. Get Mr. Red to invite Brigwin.
Heroes of the Horde.
Shut up, Abyssian.
The Dragon Isles have awakened.
I have another Flamebreaker and the Stormbreaker. Yeah, Abyssian, one more expansion. I know you're... Oh, thank you. I know you're in a hurry. Just one more expansion. Let me grab Spartan really quick here, because he wanted to join too. As usual, oh, Jesus Christ. What in the world is your mount? And why does it have an eye on its forehead? You know, I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Is everyone... No. Okay, here, let's grab him. It's a fish! Yes! Yes, it's a fish! Uh-huh. I'm gonna go ahead and toss a summon to Brigwin. Hit it whenever you're ready. Because I have to spend some time. It really likes your head, Maverick. In fact, could your brain make room? Just scooch a little to the side. That's all it's asking. Alright, let me look at where's Mr. Red? There's Mr. Red. Let me get a good angle here. So let's look. Oh my god, it's hideous! It's the most hideous Mog I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh dear god. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and complain about one really minor thing. It reminds me of Ouroboros. Okay, now that I got that out of the way, let me get a better camera angle here. However, I think it looks better on you. It's the same colors, right? It's that kind of dull slate gray, and then copper, and then blue highlights on the crystals. But it is a good color scheme. That's not the problem of Ouroboros. I do think the silver wings were the right choice there, especially since that slate metal is almost identical. Almost identical to the slate gray there. And of course, what? And of course, there's the wings themselves. I was about to ask why so many people are here, then I remember this is a current mythic, so never mind. So yeah, wings, absolutely. Nice look, nice touch. And the sword, I feel like you consulted me on that sword. But the blue glow at the center is a perfect choice. And of course, once again, that same kind of gray metal slate look, which works really well. There's only one thing I legitimately don't like about it, and it is that helmet. That doesn't work for me. Having said that, the helmet without the skull actually works really nice. So I don't know. It's kind of a give and take sort of a thing. It is, of course, the perfect glow of blue. Yeah, like that right there. That is pretty much perfect for what you're going for in the blue highlighting. So I see why you went with it. Yeah, no, I am with it. But Bragwin, oh my god. All right, so everyone here, yes. I don't have dungeon leads. This is on the person that is dungeon lead, which is Mr. Red. Okay, now I am suddenly dungeon lead. So here's a thought. No, everyone else stay out for a sec, okay? I want to test something very quickly. Okay, everyone stay out. Everyone stay out. Everyone stay out. Okay, let me poke my head in. Okay, that's what I thought. So now let's try this. Wow! Okay. One more attempt. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. I can't do the dungeon. I'm too low level. So I got a couple options there. Actually, I sincerely doubt it. Nope, not follower specific. Nope, yep, I am Dragonflight locked, as I usually am. If I sync, I can queue, but they're not going to come with me. That's the problem. And we have 380s, so that's not happening either. Yeah, so I think, as much as I hate to do this, no, we're not currently time walking, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to join me. Remember, you can only time walk up to 67, and we have 380s right there. So I think we'll go ahead and do the other option. So I'm going to give Mr. Red lead. Could you summon me in just a second, please? It does not, but thank you. What was this now? I'm just going to get on Zalash. I will need a summon in about 15 seconds. Please. Yeah, there's no gameplay positives until the next expansion. Let me tell you, I am very looking forward to finally giving Dungeons gameplay positives. It won't be a lot, because it's follower mode, which is easy. But it is better than freaking nothing. And, no, those won't be getting abandonment negatives either. Heroics, Mythics, and Raids will still get abandonment negatives. But not the frickin' dungeons. Alright, so we probably don't want this to be Mythic, and I'm not sure what diff we're on, Mr. Red. So if you can either make sure we're not on Mythic, or just give me a lead, we're good. Okay. Set and change. We're good. Come on in. Yep, perfect. And they are 60, for reference. Which would mean, I guess, Dragonflight is going to be 70. I suppose there's a logic behind that. What is this?
Yet another of the Kyrian's loyal servants. Have you come here to be slaughtered as well?
Is this just do the dungeon? I'll take a rep.
This temple was merely
I don't think I need rep, do I?
to fall.
Hang on.
All of Bastion will burn.
Yeah, I have all 4 of these. I mean, I guess it's a pittance of Anima. Whatever. I mean, if I'm getting it regardless, whatever. Why not? Free Anima. So, I actually really liked this dungeon. I have done a Mythic of this dungeon. It was mean in all the right ways. This guy was basically just a stat check right here. Like, he had a couple of mechanics, but for the most part it was just, are you paying attention? Do you have stats? Good.
Stitch Flesh will be irked to know you destroyed his prize creation. Though I am sure he would gladly take your limbs as repayment.
This trash here is also very mean. I have seen a lot of tanks not understand that they need to not turbo pull this hallway and wipe because they turbo pulled this highway. No, this hallway. So I don't know why I said highway. highway to hell.
Face me, Necromancer. Thanatos will be avenged.
Are you so eager to share your underling's fate? Your vaunted courage will be your doom. Your temple lies in ruin. Your brethren are butchered. You have already lost.
Vile monster!
Actually a pretty good screenshot.
Paragon, there is nothing you can do to stop us.
So yeah, this is a relatively basic ad fight, but a very punishing one. If you're not on it, then it gets bad in a very, very fast fashion. In fact, I'm just going to go and kind of walk up here. There we go.
My minions are endless.
I'll show off a little bit of it here. Because here comes Land of the Dead.
Shall serve me again.
So yeah. So this is just normal diff. So it looks like we're not going to get it, maybe? Yeah, let's just see the warriors. Yeah, sorry. Remix and Classic are very, very, very different things. Come on, do it. There you go.
Sacrifice comes victory.
Whoosh. And that's pretty much the fight right there. That's the loop.
He will.
Your arrival proved timely, yet the battle rages on. We cannot rest until these invaders are purged from our skies.
Yeah, Remix was a playground.
I will lead the effort here, while my disciples bring you to the Necropolis.
Which is a good thing.
The corpses we need, Stitch Flesh. Prepare to strike at the next temple.
Just a moment longer. It seems that the parts for my new creation have arrived at last.
So, these wonderful things to help tutorialize the upcoming fight. But I have to admit, I'm one of the only people who I know who really likes this boss. Now, it's a little irritating when you get a pug who doesn't know what they're doing, but when you actually have a team who knows how to do this stupid fight...
These raw materials are in need of processing.
I kind of want to show off his main mechanic at least once. There's your tutorial. See that? Throw cleaver. Throws it in the angle. Looks like it just missed. There it goes. But he throws the cleaver, it grabs, and then it yanks.
Gorgrind, try not to damage those limbs whilst you tear them off.
And we have a slowly escalating gauntlet fight as we tutorialize the boss's mechanics. So smart trash leading up to a smart boss fight.
How vexing! Rotspew, get to work, and don't fail me like your predecessor! No! Now I have to rebuild those two from scratch! It seems I can't wait to put your corpse to
This is Millhouse Monostorm's actor. I just realized that. Alright, hold back. I want to show off the mechanic at least once. There it is. So you see that?
Must reserve your parts for later.
And then, so, it's actually very cool the way it works. So he lines it up. You get a few seconds to get into position. Yeah, we missed. But then, at a certain point, he stops tracking you. It's pretty obvious, because, here, watch, he's tracking. And then he stops tracking, you get out of the way, and yoink!
I'm the one. No! That one was my favorite!
I love that.
My greatest...
And yeah, every bit miss makes the boss harder. I love these kind of fights where they put mechanics into the hands of the player to allow you to kind of determine the tempo of the fight. And yeah, as soon as you pull the hook, Lust. Fun fight. Love that fight. No pluses to gameplay. Yeah, he has like no health. You just burn him once you pull him down. So then there's this fight. This fight is another fun fight if your healer knows what the hell you're doing. Because there's a regular debuff that really needs to be dispelled. And if you don't, this sucks.
Bastion shall
also, the new high resolution liches just look so cool. So, Frozen Binds. I think I resisted it. Whoops.
The chill of death.
So then he gets a buff. Absorbs damage and inflicts frost damage in a range. Then he starts doing this. This is a follow you mechanic, see? So the players have to kind of avoid each other as well as avoiding their own comets. Then he does Arc Cell on me. This is great, so I get to show this off. Sends one of you down here. Then you have a quick gauntlet to run through. Some classes have an easier time with this than others because, you know, movement tech. I happen to be a demon hunter, so zoop. Once you get to the end, you kill the guy quickly as you can. He shows up, he gives you a flight, you get back up. Love it.
Of death protects me.
Great fight. Shadowlands did some really, really good boss design.
A fleeting victory against a fraction of our forces.
I personally prefer Demon Hunter movement tech, even though Monk is faster, especially in a straight line. Where does Valuable Find turn in, by the way? Oh, it's in Oribos. I gotta go to Oribos! Man.
For the Archon.
Oh, he's right here. Never mind, I'm dumb. Oh god, Mr. Red got a memory. That's hilarious. Congrats.
Fortune and wealth to you.
Yeah, I'll take the Anima things.
Please, do see me again.
Alright, now I just have to use these Anima on the spot in order to gain the Anima from them, right? That's all I have to do, right? Is just click the Anima? Because that makes sense, right? As I can just click the Anima as soon as I get it. In fact, if you literally mouse over it, the green text actually says, use, infuse 35 stolen Anima into your Covenant's reservoir. It is an actual misleading tooltip in addition to being bullcrap. Hang on, it gets worse. Because they made the Guild Wars 2 mistake. Okay? Hear me out for a second. So, the number of items that turn into Anima is gargantuan. It's like Kleenex and dishes and ties and a phone, and I'm just picking out stuff on my desk. Like there's a cup, there's the coin, there's some cheese over here. Yes, really. You know, you've got water, you've got like nail clippers, you've got spare glasses. All of these do the same thing. They give you an X amount of Anima once you turn it in. All of them are functionally identical. Problem? All of them don't stack because they're different items. So your inventory gets crammed with junk, and every single one of these only gives you a pittance. You notice each of these only gives me 35 Anima. Some of these things give you like 5 Anima. You need thousands, by the way. So your inventory gets crammed, and you can't unload it on the spot. Because here's the thing. You could argue fairly that it's easy to get your inventory crammed. But if you do, it's relatively easy to find a vendor and then be like, boop, 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 done. Inventory swapped. But no, the Anima stuff just sits there. Oh, by the way, you can sell it. I'm almost positive it didn't used to be. Like, it didn't used to have a gold price. It would just sit there.
May your feet find good rest.
It is terrible design. Now, I haven't decided how many negatives I'm giving this because I'm not sure how much Anima matters now. So, but we'll just put it out here. Anima clogging inventory and Anima turn in. And we'll put some question marks there. And we'll circle back to that later. But this is the first time I could really show off just how bad that design was. Yet another rock in the shoe. Just irritating us and clogging our inventory and being, like, pretty much mandating you go to a place. Like, for the longest time, my Hearthstone, because I'm with Ardenweald, whoops. My Hearthstone was here at the heart of the forest because that's where my Anima turn-in was. Now, you're probably thinking, Well, yeah, of course, that's your capital city. But no, think about it. What that means is I'm at the furthest end of a spoke. Let me try to explain this a little bit differently. Where would be the ideal hearth location for Shadowlands? The answer is Oribos, right in the middle, because you're always one flight path away from where you want to go. Make sense? So, boom, 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 boom. It's always one trip, and it's one of those super fast trips, okay? But I'm hearthed down here, which means unless I want to be down here, I am at a bare minimum of 2 hops, boop, boop, to get where I want. And so, again, that's not a big deal. Not really. But it's yet another tiny little bit of lack of polish. And you notice how this is a compounding problem, right? Yeah, that's true. There is a portal to Oribos, which I was working on. And I never got, because I never got the Anima for it. By the time I was getting that high, I had given up on the Anima grind. Yeah, you know what? Give us a Covenant Hearthstone. You did it for Legion. It still works for Legion, for God's sakes. And Warlords. Weird. 2 expansions in a row, they gave us a custom Hearthstone, and then they just stopped doing that. Weird.
Perhaps your corpse will
So while I type up some notes, because that was a great dungeon, even on a story axis, I just want to show off something just really quick. It's raining again. Look at this. That's true. I remember the original intent was you couldn't switch covenants, and they did walk that back eventually.
Our duty is true.
Due to overwhelming feedback.
Pure.
Because nobody liked that. So, this is, if as a reminder, this is the old flight path speed. It is decently fast, I'm not going to lie, but just, this is what seconds and minutes means. Pull the ripcord. Oh my god. No, I haven't talked about that yet. Let's talk about some story positives. Okay. Let's go with MSQ. I think we're going to bake that in, because MSQ is kind of an aggregate thing. So the Maldraxxi invasion. It's okay. We just need to pull the ripcord. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So we got the Maldraxxi invasion, and then the dungeon itself. I do love the look of the broken temple. No, exactly. There was no ripcord. That's the problem. Necrotic Wake. I also like the music that plays when you're traversing the Shadowlands. You also get just a little bit of an insight how fast you're going right here. Just for a second, you realize how fast you're going. Also, it's a good indicator of how gargantuan Oribos actually is. It is a huge chunk of terrain. So I was right. It is blue for Ardenweald, and it was white for Bastion. Can I just say, by the way, this is very off topic, but that exact combo of blue is gorgeous to my eyes. You'll notice I use the Ardenweald Hearthstone. It's that type of, like, very, very deep blue predominantly that kind of fades out into a lighter blue, but then it has sparks of really bright teal flashing through it. It is a perfect color combo for my eyes. It is this color combo, in fact. Very, very deep blue. With wonderful highlighting. That is incredible visual design. I cannot wait to give this probably the most positives of any zone until we hit a Mirdrasil. I think the Dream is the only thing that's going to beat this in terms of sheer visual design. Even that I'm not sure of. Like, I think those are the two contenders at the top. I lied. There's a third contender. The fourth zone. of War Within. Forgot about that. But yeah, that zone might actually challenge it. Love the music, too. And yeah, you could just see the space tree. I don't know what else to call that. The galaxy tree. How about the anima flowing through the bark? Love it. Check it out. It's the only two people not from Azeroth. Okay. You can use the anima. Wait, what? Or, hang on. It's over here, right? It's over here, it's over here. Hang on. No? Oh god, where's my anima drop-off spot? I thought it was this. Alright, right. Okay. Deposit all, please. Cool. Okay, bye. I did it. I got an item out of my inventory. God. I apologize, but I really want to show off what that whole process is like and why that will probably be a negative or two. What is my current shape set to?
I listen to the woods.
Vulpin, Ardmoth, Horned Horse, Raptor, Shadowstalker, Hippogriff, Mammoth, Alpaca, Shoveltusk, Sporebat, Cloud Serpent, Owl, Bat. Hang on. I think we'll go with Hippogriff for now.
Until next time.
We haven't even talked about some of the systems. Oh my god, you want to talk about system bloat? Okay, so here's our Soul Warden.
Aren't you a brave one?
And then we've got the Forge of Bonds, which is actually 2 separate systems, by the way. Technically 3. Then we've got... Oh, where is it? It's over here somewhere. Oh, it might be down. Yeah, then we got this thing. Then we've got the Sanctum. I kind of showed this off briefly earlier, but then we got this nonsense.
From one sapling.
Yeah, this is what System Bloat looks like. This freaking... Oh my god. There's the Conservatory. Probably the worst of the overall things here. Let's see. Then we had the mission board. You gotta have a mission board. I believe this is our last mission board. Someone check me on that. Oh yeah, then there's the Mushroom guy. Yep, so here's our mission board, our final mission board. As you can see, I had a lot of people pretty high level, several 52s. And then we had the dailies and weeklies,
the Wild Hunt,
which had all kinds of various, like this is do world quests.
Night embrace you.
And I forget the other ones, but one's to do world quests, one's to free souls from the Maw. Those are static. And then there's one to like go do something else. I don't even remember what the other one is. Oh yeah, they always show up like this. They don't show up like weeklies. They show up like MSQ quests, which irritates the crap out of me. And then you have, yeah, so then you have the mushroom. I think that's it. I think it's everything.
All right, you have my attention.
Yeah, there's the world quest thing.
Very well then.
No, don't actually pick that up. Get out of my inventory. The hell? Oh yeah, then there's the Ash Grind in Torghast, the reason everyone hates Torghast, even though it's actually a great area. Memories for legendaries, which can go straight to hell. I can't even unlock legendaries until, what, like the first patch? Anyways. Yeah, Ash was a bad idea. I kept seeing interviews, and those interviews kept saying the same thing. We wanted to add so many systems so players would always have something that they could do to progress. Now, I get the logic there, but there's a term for that. It's called surface logic. It's when you only think about things from a surface level, and if you actually take some time to really think about it in depth, you realize that it's a terrible idea. Oh, that's right. It was Domination Charge in the patch, and Ash was at launch. See, remember, I didn't even finish launch, so my memories of this are a little bit mixed up. Oh, Shadowlands. Yeah, office was on fire. By the way, you can't mount in here. Because screw you. Oh my god, rune carving. Oh god, yeah, there was another one there too. God, I forgot about that. And I suppose we could tack on, like, world quests and all that. But, I mean, world quests... Actually, Shadowlands world quests were pretty okay. I did like them. The only thing I didn't like about Shadowlands world quest is very simple. They gave too little anima. And really, that's a problem of the anima grind itself, not the world quests.
Where do we strike?
I can, but I don't remember how to, Magister Link. Oh, there it is. Boop. So this is Soul Shape. This is what you get for being Ardenweald. This is how you walk around in this area as you switch to soul Shape. You can have it on a cooldown elsewhere. Here, it just lasts permanently. It's just a polymorph. Ugh. Up here. Let's see. Here, I want to say? Oh, that's
Watch
not right.
the shadows.
Path of Exile is probably another example of having a bunch of systems and making it work. But they put a tremendous amount of work into making that concept work. Yeah. So let's actually talk about that, because it doesn't really apply anymore for the review. But the problem here is that when you have dozens of mechanisms to progress, you have two options. You could limit progression per week, which doesn't feel good. It means that the player only gets progression for a certain period of time. Or you can make it so that every one of those things only gets you a little bit of progression. You can also do both. So in other words, in order to keep up, and trust me, you had to keep up, you have to do a whole bunch of things, some of which you might want to do, and some of which you might not. You can kind of pick and choose what you do, but at the end of the day, you have to do a bunch of things to catch up, because each one of them gives you only one little step of progress, one little micro step. It's the frickin' sphere levels in FF10 all over again. Each sphere level gives you +1 or 2 or nothing to a stat. It doesn't feel like you're progressing. You are, but it's so minuscule that you don't have that vibe, that approach of feeling like you're getting anywhere. So that's problem number one. Now, I just mentioned another way they could do that. What they could have done is make it so that you can progress very quickly in a given system, and then they cap you the week. The problem with that is, let's say you go to do something you feel like doing, say questing or raiding, and then you finish your raid and then you're done for the week because nothing else gives you progress. Now, I know progress shouldn't inherently be connected to content. I do get that and feel that. Sometimes you just want to do something because it's fun. However, it is an unavoidable fact that you, the player, have to do a mental step over the fact that I am not progressing in order to then be able to engage in that content. And plenty of people are either unwilling or incapable of making that mental step. So, you have just isolated a large amount of your player base in order to say, hey, go do your one thing for the week and then log off for the week. It's garrisons all over again. And that's the reason why that's surface think, because it makes perfect sense surface level, but when you start to dig into the idea, you find out that there's pretty much no making it work. The only alternative, and this is the worst idea by far, is to make every system give you tons of progress and to not cap you per week. Why is that the worst by far? Because what that does is that makes a treadmill, especially if you're doing anything competitively. All of a sudden, in order to keep up with the other teams or the other players, or to even be able to accept it for a group, they're going to require you to be at X level of progression, either in terms of gear or runes or legendaries or whatever. And you probably aren't, because you have a life, and you play for like 3 hours a day, and you just want to chill and play a bit of WoW and go do a mythic. And you can't, because no groups are taking you, because you're not keeping up. You see the problem? This is it, right? Memory's holding up correctly? Yep, nope, there's the portal. I see it. Yeah, yeah. Huthor just gave a great side-by-side comparison. In order to keep up, and let's put it that way, it's vague, but it's a good demonstrative. In order to keep up with Shadowlands, you had to do Conduits, Soulbinds, Domination Shards, Legendaries, and Gear. And also, I should mention Anima was involved in some of those. In order to keep up with Dragonflight, you had to keep up with your gear. Interestingly enough, War Within is following that same trend. And there's also better is probably the wrong word. More vectors of getting gear in War Within than we've had in a long time. So, all of a sudden, the same concept is being reapplied in a different expression. Because there's no treadmill when it comes to gear, because gear has a kind of a natural built-in finite ceiling on it, right? Yeah, delves were a great idea for many reasons. But one of them happened to be the fact that it was a great way to get gear, even if you're solo, or if you're just with your friend. The fact that I am item level 607, which I am proud of, keep in mind I haven't done a single mythic or raid. I have still been able to get to 607. Just from doing stuff that I have access to because I can, a decent amount of which is delves. And engaging with the Vault, which, by the way, the redesign of the Vault was a fantastic idea in War Within. Go figure. What did you just get, Mr. Red? Oh, return another memory to the Rune Carver. Ah! That's actually awesome to hear that, Huthor. Yeah, Brigwin is 600, and I'm pretty sure she plays less than I do. That's fantastic. That's an awesome thing. Pushing the gear treadmill down was a great move in both Dragonflight and especially in War Within. It's one of the reasons it has been doing so well at level. Now, again, not all this applies to the review, because we're kind of, you know, we're how many of these mechanisms still matter is certainly debatable. But you get the idea. The fact that Krakensan can go make a hunter 2 weeks ago and be at 610 is awesome. I know a lot of players who would disagree with that, or at least knew. I should use past tense there. All the way back in BC, there were a lot of people who really hated, they called it the welfare purples, which, by the way, nice way to insult welfare while we're on the subject. And the whole mentality was very elitist. The whole mentality was that you didn't have to earn gear, it would just be handed to you. And even at the time, I was pointing out how stupid that was. It was stupid for different reasons back in BC. But one of the biggest reasons why it was a good thing that you could go do that, yeah, Wrath Babies, see, one of the reasons it was a good thing was because of exactly what Kraken-san just mentioned. Let's say that your raid team needs a new such and such. Well, if you need to go and actually start, you know, you start a whole new character and then go through the grind of leveling, which, remind you, this is BC, so leveling is a thing. You have to go through vanilla again. And then you go ahead and you get up to the thing, and then you have to spend weeks slowly getting yourself gear. All of that sucks, and you're probably going to be less inclined to do it because of how much it sucks. Nowadays, hey guys, we need a such and such for the raid. And I've been wanting to play that class. Make a new one, go push through it. I actually, so my sister is on a raid team. And literally just 2 nights ago, we were talking about how one of her friends on her raid team did exactly what I just described. Decided to go ahead and make a new character because they had a hole in their raid team. So they made a new character, pushed him up, ran through several, I think it was like 8 delves or something like that. You know how it is, right? You do the first delve, the second delve, the third delve until you could just be dragged through by higher level people, and then boom, geared up and ready for the raid the next week. That's awesome. It's not like... Sorry, I'm going to let this go, because I think most people nowadays agree with me. I'm kind of dealing with some residual frustration, because for me this was last week, right? You know how my memory works. But BC was an extremely frustrating time to deal with the player base. Yeah, you don't have to do raids, you don't have to do Mythic Plus to feel like you're having some progression. That is a rare thing in WoW. I'm gonna leave party now. Sorry, I've just been yammering while sitting here. I apologize for the detour into game design. The high-end grind still exists. That is true. You can absolutely push your way up way past 607 or 620 or whatever. I'm not even sure what the cap is at the moment. 57 maybe? I don't know. Congrats, Mr. Ed. Go deal with the conduit. Go get rid of it. Legion did have that problem. Legion and BFA, the player base was problematic for several reasons, in my experience. But you want to know something really weird? Obviously, assholes still exist and always will. But I have noticed a very noticeable decrease in general assholery over the last 4 years, I want to say. Pretty much Dragonflight and War Within. I know that's extremely anecdotal, but it's true. That is absolutely something I have been observing as we've been going through the last few years. Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, Huthor, but yeah. Yeah, Classic gives those people exactly what they want. Which is a shame, because I know decent people who like to play Classic, and they have to deal with those people like I used to have to. There's the blue I just mentioned. Go figure. The Shadowlands dip probably did purge a decent amount of jackasses. I mean, after all, a lot of those people went to FF14, hated that, and left that too. What am I doing? I'm resyncing, that's what I'm doing. Yep, they've also got hardcore mode and the seasonal stuff. And you know, honestly, no judgment. People play WoW for different reasons. I just like not having to deal with certain types of people when I'm playing WoW for my reasons. God, that's so weird to look at that. Look at that. We're right towards the end. Dragonflight is right there. It's right there. We're so close.
It's like meeting again for the first time.
We're so close. We're a not insignificant amount of the way through Shadowlands, too. That's the best part. Like, I keep getting interrupted, and I had, you know, I had the power outage, I had the internet outage, I had oversleeping issues, and we've still pushed through a decent chunk of Shadowlands already. I'm with it, Huthor. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Yes, we are, Bladeable. Launch content, obviously. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm in favor of Classic existing. I was one of those people who was upset at the fact that they nuked vanilla when they came out with Kata. And you know me, I hate vanilla. By the way, this is nice, Crusading Strikes is nice, but I prefer Templar Strikes. I should talk about this. So, this makes it so that your Crusader Strike goes away. Effectively, it removes a button, right? Removes a button from your bar, just like that, bam. And so you have a passive attack now, so every 2 attacks you generate 1 holy power, and you deal some bonus damage. It maths out pretty well, but I like Templar Strikes as well, which turns Crusader Strike into a 2-part combo. So you do the first hit, and then it transforms into a new ability to do a second hit, which hits much harder, and also does a dot. Also, yeah, always take Wake of Ashes for everyone. This is the artifact ability from the Ashbringer back in Legion. It's a really good ability. Anyways, Talent Tree is looking pretty good so far. I'm liking Ret. I'm going to need to try out a Prot soon. Do I have a one-hander? I have a shield. Well, whatever. I'll take that for right now. I think I'm going to change my loot spec to Prot. Let's get a one-hander. I didn't... Hang on. First of all, where's Templar Strike? There it is, okay. Second of all, thank you, Kenixcam. As always. I mean, that's what good talent design is like, Uthor, letting us choose playstyle. Because the playstyle I just picked is far more frenetic, more fury, whereas yours is far more frost decay. That being said, that's going towards the Jack block, Yakuza 0, and Jedi, whoop, Jedi Fallen Order. You know, hang on. Okay, what is it? Oh, it's Final Verdict. Okay, whatever. Ah! Let me guess. It's a hero talent. Yeah, there's also a thing that likes to just straight up make Blade of Justice, like, replace Blade Storm, or Divine Storm, excuse me. Oh, jeez. I can't even imagine Blade Traval. Brigwin has the worst luck. No offense, Brigwin. Let's use something else. Right. I don't know. One last thing I want to do before I chop off for the night. But apparently I can't? Damn. That is really strange, Bragwin. I have no idea why the NPC just isn't showing for you. This one sucks. You know, while we're at it, why don't they allow flying here? Hear me out for a second. First of all, almost every capital city allows flying. Let's just start with that. Second of all, like, they already have a mechanic, so if you go too far out, you know, So just allow us to fly around and look at this whole thing, right? And, of course, just to navigate quicker. Yeah, the problem is, I'm pretty sure that the overwhelming majority of this isn't here. And adding collision boxes takes time, and we all know that Ouroboros was kind of thrown together last minute, and the office was on fire. So, okay, sure. I don't think there's a lot of visual glitches to it, because we see it all the time when we fly in, like we just did not too long ago. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it is dead content. The old content team comes to me. I'm in charge of Blizzard. And they say, what should we do with Shadowlands? And I'm like... slowly pull out a giant mallet. Let's go ahead and do this quest right here. Is someone... Yeah, I'm going to have to do the Shadowlands meta at some point. I say have to. I'm probably going to. I haven't 100% committed to that yet. It depends on how bad it is compared to the Dragonflight one. Because I'm not done with the Dragonflight one, because the Dragonflight one kind of sucks. Hello?
Speak, mortal.
Skip the level. Stop giving me that option, game!
Until...
This is most dire news. We must not let war ravage this plane and unravel all that we have done.
The Necrolords are masters of warfare. It is true. But they have always used their power to defend the Shadowlands, not attack it. Mortal, you must learn their motives for striking at the Kyrian. Do whatever it takes to stop this conflict before it escalates further. Without the might of Maldraxxus on our side, I fear we have little hope of stopping the Banished One. Hear the words of the Arbiter.
Hey, look! The quest turned into the Maldraxxi and Green. I do like the new backdrops. They started doing this in BFA, I think. We'll be seeing this consistently going forward. We will all suffer if Bastion and Maldraxxus fall into war. For some time, the Necrolords have been isolated. You must travel to their realm and seek the truth of their incursion. Though our anima reserves remain low, there will be enough to open the way for you.
The way to Maldraxxus must be opened. Gather Cardelen and see it done.
At once, honored voice.
But yeah, to answer Pillars of Snow, it's quite literally for pest control. There's this whole plot arc, which to my knowledge goes absolutely nowhere, about how under the Shadowlands there's like another demi-plane where creatures come out and they're like true alien abominations, and they eat anima. That's Maldraxxus' job.
Cardelen, a most solemn task has been placed upon us.
Word of the attack spreads quickly. I will join you.
The Devourers are interesting, and I thought they were going somewhere with it. There's an entire dungeon about it, if I'm remembering. Well, I say an entire dungeon about it. Hang on, let's go back to Shadowlands. Yeah, here. These things. Unfortunately, it looks like that's the only boss, so I can't show you the others, but yeah. Sanguine Depths, apparently? Hang on. Oh, yep, there's one. These things. I mean, they're all model reuses. I could be misremembering Uthor. But either way, these guys, you can always tell because they look like that kind of vague, grayish, pinkish kind of look with the blue anima pouring out of them. But yeah, the Devourers are interesting. Pyrexis the Voracious sensed the anima stores deep within the Sanguine Depths, and his lust to consume this energy has driven him to madness. With the recent tear that formed in Revendreth, Pyrexis has found a way into these catacombs and aims to drain every last drop of anima out of the subterranean storage house. I remember the one in Nathria, because I liked this dungeon. This guy. Same coding. The Devourers consume anima whenever they can find it. With the drought afflicting the Shadowlands, it's no surprise the hungriest and most dangerous of the Devourers are drawn to the abundant stores of anima within the depths of Castle Nathria. Yeah, good fight, too. I mean, all of these were good fights. I think my personal favorite is this one. Well, no. Like... no, it is the best fight there. But my personal favorite is the dance. The Council of Blood. I loved that fight. And yeah, Zymox, oh, that was such a cool fight. He creates wormholes that players can use to travel between and remove relics from display cases, unleashing their powers on the players. At 70% and 40% health, Zamox will return to activate relics in the display cases and bring out another. You have to coordinate with allies to use the wormholes created by Dimensional Tear. Use them quickly to reposition, and then you have to deal with the Seeds of Extinction by using Roots of Extinction. And it's a great fight. I can't wait to show some of those off, even in a limited fashion.
Successful. There is still little anima available.
If you turn off your anima torches, just a thought.
What do you seek, mortal?
It is imperative you identify the cause of the attack on Bastion. It will require your aid to open the gateway. Once the focus is powered, we'll call upon the gate to Maldraxxus.
Trust the purpose.
No, we are not. I'm literally getting up to this point so we could start baying off tomorrow with the intro. So, not really break. That's great. Tomorrow, Maldraxxus. I'll see you guys.